What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Fanfic Heaven. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Gringotts found 15 illegal marriage contracts on Harry and sued Dumbledore for 10 million galleons? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The revelation. The July heat pressed down on Little Whinging with unusual ferocity. Privet Drive shimmered under the afternoon sun, the pavement radiating waves that distorted the perfectly manicured lawns and identical houses. Inside number 4, Harry Potter lay sprawled across his bed, one arm flung over his eyes to block the sunlight streaming through his window. It had been 3 weeks since his return from Hogwarts. 3 weeks of nightmares where he watched Sirius fall through the veil over and over again. 3 weeks of letters from his friends that said nothing of substance. 3 weeks of the Dursleys walking on eggshells around him after Moody's warning at King's Cross. A tap at his window roused Harry from his brooding. He expected to see Pigwidgeon, Ron's tiny owl, or perhaps another Order member's bird bringing the daily, "Everything's fine, stay put" message. Instead, an imposing eagle owl perched on his windowsill, its amber eyes regarding him with something like impatience. Its feathers gleamed with a bronze sheen that looked almost unnatural against the suburban backdrop. Harry scrambled to open the window. The owl swooped inside with regal dignity, extending a leg bearing a heavy envelope sealed with gold wax. The seal depicted not the Hogwarts crest or any mark Harry recognized, but a stylized image of an intricate key. "Gringotts?" Harry murmured, accepting the envelope. The owl offered no response beyond an imperious hoot before launching itself back through the window, clearly not instructed to wait for a reply. Harry turned the envelope over in his hands. His full name was embossed in gold lettering: Lord Harry James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, Lord. Harry muttered, breaking the seal. What nonsense is this now? The parchment inside was thick and cream-colored, bearing the official Gringotts letterhead. As Harry unfolded it, a second, smaller note fell out. He set it aside and focused on the main letter first. Urgent and confidential: Gringotts Bank, London Branch Office of Inheritance Affairs and Contract Management. Dear Lord Potter, we regret to inform you that during our quarterly magical audit of dormant contracts, we have uncovered 15 marriage contracts bearing your magical signature. These contracts, which purport to bind you in matrimony to various parties across Britain and Europe, appear to have been created and filed without your direct knowledge or explicit consent. After thorough investigation, we have determined these contracts to be fraudulent in nature, though they bear legitimate magical signatures that were collected and manipulated without authorization. Our detection spells indicate that Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore is the principal architect of these documents, having systematically collected and stored fragments of your magical signature from various sources since your parents' deaths. This constitutes a Class 1 violation of Goblin banking law, wizarding contract law, and the sacred trust between Gringotts and its clients. As such, we have frozen all vaults under Dumbledore's control and filed formal charges with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Additionally, Gringotts has initiated a separate civil lawsuit against Dumbledore for the sum of 10 million galleons for breach of fiduciary duty, magical fraud, and endangerment of a hereditary bloodline. Your presence is required at Gringotts at your earliest convenience to address these matters. The enclosed portkey, activated by the phrase, "Honor and Gold," will transport you directly to a secure meeting room within Gringotts. Our security team has coordinated with certain trusted members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to ensure your safe passage. Time is of the essence. These contracts, while fraudulent, contain binding magical elements that could have severe consequences for your magic, health, and inheritance if not properly nullified. May your gold flow and your enemies tremble. Ragnarok, Director, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London. Harry read the letter twice, his mind struggling to process its contents. Marriage contracts? Dumbledore collecting his magical signature? A lawsuit for 10 million galleons? It seemed absurd, like something from one of those wizarding novels Ron sometimes talked about. With trembling fingers, he picked up the second note. The handwriting was angular and precise. "Potter, the goblins don't exaggerate financial threats. If they sent this letter, the situation is dire. Dumbledore has been summoned to the ministry. Use the portkey now. I've disabled the trace detectors in your area for the next hour. This changes everything." "SS Snape?" Harry whispered, recognizing the initials. Why would Snape help him? And how had he known about the Gringotts letter? A thunderous crash from downstairs jolted Harry from his thoughts. Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the house. "Boy! Get down here this instant." Harry quickly folded the letters and stuffed them into his pocket. He reached for his wand on instinct, then hesitated. If the second note was truly from Snape, then he could use magic without triggering the Ministry's underage magic detectors. But if it was a trick? Another crash, followed by the sound of splintering wood. That wasn't Uncle Vernon. "Potter!" An unfamiliar voice bellowed. "We know you've received communication from Gringotts. Surrender it immediately by order of the Chief Warlock." Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore had sent people to his house? To take the Gringotts letter? The headmaster's grandfatherly image in Harry's mind cracked further. He shoved his wand into his back pocket and grabbed the small golden coin that had fallen from the Gringotts envelope, the portkey. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. Without a second thought, Harry snatched Hedwig's empty cage, she was out hunting, and his invisibility cloak, the only truly valuable possessions within reach. The doorknob to his room twisted violently. "Honor and gold!" Harry shouted. The familiar hook behind his navel yanked him away just as the door burst open. The last thing Harry saw was a flash of scarlet robes and a masked figure reaching for him before the world dissolved into a whirlwind of color and sound. Harry landed hard on a marble floor, his knees buckling beneath him. The portkey, now just a simple gold coin, clattered to the floor beside him. He took several deep breaths, fighting the nausea that always accompanied magical transportation. Lord Potter. Right on schedule. Harry looked up to find himself in a circular room with high ceilings. The walls were lined with what appeared to be gold and silver artifacts, and a massive chandelier of goblin-wrought crystal hung above a large oval table. 3 goblins sat on one side, dressed in what Harry recognized as their formal banking attire. On the other side, to his surprise, sat Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Ms. Bones?" Harry managed as he picked himself up off the floor. "Madam Bones in official settings, Mr. Potter," she corrected, though not unkindly. Her monocle gleamed in the chandelier light as she assessed him. "Though it seems we should be addressing you as Lord Potter now that you've been notified of your status." "I don't understand any of this," Harry admitted, clutching Hedwig's cage and his invisibility cloak. "What's happening?" "The letter said something about marriage contracts, and then people broke into my house." "Sit, Lord Potter," said the goblin in the middle, whose elaborate golden collar marked him as someone of importance. "I am Director Ragnarok. These are my colleagues, Silvertooth, head of contract law, and Irongrip, chief financial investigator." Harry awkwardly took the remaining chair, setting Hedwig's cage on the floor beside him. "Thank you for, well, getting me out of there, I suppose." "It was a matter of timing," Ragnarok said, his sharp teeth glinting. "We anticipated Dumbledore would make a move once our letter was delivered. The old wizard has many eyes and ears. Including at Gringotts," added Irongrip, her female voice surprising Harry. "Which is another violation we're addressing internally." Madam Bones cleared her throat. "Mr. Potter, Lord Potter, before we proceed, I must inform you that I'm here in dual capacity. Officially, I represent the DMLE in what has become a criminal investigation. Unofficially, I was a friend of your parents, particularly your mother." This was news to Harry. "You knew my mum?" A brief smile softened Bones' severe features. Lily was 2 years behind me at Hogwarts, but we worked together during the war. She was brilliant with charms, created half the protective enchantments the Order used. The smile faded. Which makes this betrayal all the more unfathomable. Perhaps we should begin with the contracts themselves, Silvertooth suggested, pushing a stack of parchments toward Harry. These are copies. The originals are secured in our evidence vault. Harry hesitated before touching them. Can someone explain exactly what these are first? The letter said marriage contracts, but I've never agreed to marry anyone. That's precisely the issue, Ragnarok said. These contracts bear your magical signature, but were created through manipulation rather than direct consent. Essentially, someone, Dumbledore, according to our investigation, collected fragments of your magic over time. A strand of hair here, a drop of blood there, residue from powerful spells you've cast. These fragments were then used to construct a simulacrum of your magical signature. Is that possible? Harry asked, looking between the goblins and Madame Bones. Difficult, unethical, and highly illegal, Madame Bones answered, but unfortunately possible for a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. It requires intimate access to the victim and prolonged exposure to their magical core. Which Dumbledore has had since placing you with those muggles, Irongrip added with obvious distaste. Harry finally picked up the top contract. His stomach lurched as he read the ornate header, Magical Marriage Contract between Lord Harry James Potter, head of House Potter and Lady Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, daughter of House Greengrass. Greengrass? The Slytherin in my year? Harry flipped through the complex legal jargon. This says I'm supposed to marry her after graduation or forfeit half my family vault to the Greengrass family? Keep reading, Silvertooth urged, a grim expression on his face. Harry scanned further down. And if I marry anyone else before fulfilling this contract, my magic will be bound and transferred to the Greengrass family head? He looked up in horror. Is this even legal? The contract format itself is legal, if archaic, Madame Bones explained. Such arrangements were common among pureblood families until the early 1900s. What's illegal is creating one without the explicit consent of both parties, or in this case, forging that consent. Harry set the Greengrass contract aside and picked up the next. This one bound him to Pansy Parkinson. The third to someone named Astoria Greengrass. The fourth to a French girl he'd never heard of. By the time he reached the 15th, a contract with Ginny Weasley that made his blood run cold, Harry felt physically ill. These contracts contradict each other, he noted, spreading them across the table. I can't marry 15 different people. And they all have these penalty clauses. Precisely, Ragnarok said, leaning forward. That is the true insidiousness of Dumbledore's plan. These contracts were never meant to result in actual marriages. They were designed to trigger the penalty clauses. I don't understand, Harry said. What would be the point? Madame Bones removed her monocle and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Control, Mr. Potter. Absolute control. Had you married anyone, say, Miss Granger or any young lady not on this list, all 15 penalty clauses would activate simultaneously. The magical backlash would have been catastrophic, Silvertooth added. At minimum, you would have lost your magic entirely. At worst, the conflicting magical bindings could have killed you. And in either scenario, Irongrip continued, your family fortune would have been distributed according to these penalty clauses, with Dumbledore named as executor in each contract, entitled to a reasonable administrative fee for his troubles. Harry sat in stunned silence, trying to process the magnitude of the betrayal. All those years of Dumbledore's grandfatherly guidance, the apparent concern for his well-being, had it all been a calculated facade? A means to control him and ultimately steal his inheritance? How did you discover these? He finally asked. Ragnarok exchanged glances with his colleagues. That's where the story becomes even more disturbing. 3 days ago, Gringotts received an anonymous package containing a single memory vial and a note claiming that Albus Dumbledore had committed fraud against House Potter. Normally, we would dismiss such claims without evidence, but the note was signed with a blood thumbprint bearing black family magic. Serious? Harry whispered, hope flaring briefly. But he's dead, yes, Madame Bones confirmed gently. The memory, however, was created shortly before his death. It appears Black suspected Dumbledore's manipulations and began investigating privately. The memory showed him discovering a hidden compartment in Grimmauld Place containing copies of 2 of these contracts. We believe he set a deadman switch, Iron Grip explained. A magical contingency to release the information to Gringotts should he die. Once we received this tip, we conducted an emergency audit of all contracts bearing the Potter name. Harry swallowed hard. Even in death, Sirius was looking out for him. And that's when you found all 15? Filed across 7 different contract repositories, Silvertooth confirmed. A deliberate attempt to prevent anyone from noticing the pattern. A terrible thought occurred to Harry. Does Dumbledore know you found these? He was officially notified this morning, Madame Bones said. Which is why we accelerated our timetable to contact you. We anticipated he might try to intercept our communication or remove you from Privet Drive. Those people who broke in, not Aurors, Madame Bones said firmly. I've dispatched a team to investigate, but I suspect they were members of the Order acting on Dumbledore's instructions. Harry ran his hands through his hair in frustration. So what happens now? You mentioned a lawsuit? Gringotts has filed a civil claim against Dumbledore for 10 million galleons, Ragnarok confirmed. This represents compensatory damages for attempted theft from a high-security vault, punitive damages for breach of goblin banking laws, and reparations for the potential extinction of a noble bloodline. And I've initiated criminal proceedings on behalf of the Ministry, Madame Bones added. The charges include magical forgery, attempted line theft, child endangerment, fraud, and abuse of magical guardianship. Magical guardianship? Harry repeated. What's that? The 3 adults exchanged significant looks. You don't know, Madame Bones said quietly. It wasn't a question. Know what? Albus Dumbledore has been your magical guardian since your parents' death, she explained. He was responsible for your magical upbringing, education, and financial management until you come of age. But I lived with the Dursleys. They're muggles. They hate magic. Exactly, Iron Grip said with a snarl. A direct violation of his duties as magical guardian. You should have been raised with knowledge of your heritage, status, and responsibilities as the last Potter. Harry's mind reeled with implications. All those years of ignorance, of being kept in the dark about the most basic aspects of magical society, had it all been deliberate? There's more, isn't there? He asked, reading the hesitation on their faces. Ragnarok nodded gravely. Lord Potter, when was the last time you received a statement of your family accounts? I've never received one, Harry admitted. I didn't even know I had family accounts. I just have my trust vault that I visit before school each year. The goblins exchanged dark looks. Silvertooth pulled a thick folder from a briefcase and handed it to Harry. This is a summary of the Potter family holdings as they stood at the time of your parents' death, he explained. And this, he handed over a much thinner folder, is the current state of those holdings. Harry flipped through the pages, his limited understanding of finance nonetheless sufficient to recognize the massive discrepancy. 2 properties sold, investment portfolios liquidated, heirlooms removed for safekeeping. He looked up in shock. He's been stealing from me all these years? Technically, as your magical guardian, he had legal authority to manage your assets, Madame Bones explained, though her tone made it clear what she thought of that arrangement. However, he was required to act in your best financial interest and maintain detailed records of all transactions. The fact that you were never informed of these activities constitutes a breach of fiduciary duty. We've already frozen the Dumbledore family vault and his personal accounts, Ragnarok added. And initiated recovery procedures for any identifiable Potter heirlooms. Harry closed the folders, his hands shaking slightly. I still don't understand why. Why go to all this trouble? Dumbledore is already powerful and respected. Why steal from an orphan? That, said Madame Bones, is what we intend to find out during the investigation. A sharp knock at the door interrupted them. A younger goblin entered, bowed to Ragnarok, and whispered something in his ear. Ragnarok's expression darkened. It appears, he announced after the messenger departed, that Dumbledore has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. He's attempting to invoke his authority as Chief Warlock to quash our investigation. Madame Bones stood abruptly. He can't possibly succeed. The evidence is too substantial. Perhaps, Ragnarok agreed, but he can create complications and delays. And he still wields considerable influence. I need to be there, she said, gathering her papers. Lord Potter, I suggest you remain here under Gringotts' protection until we determine our next steps. Harry stood as well. No. I want to come with you. That would be unwise. With all due respect, Madame Bones, this is my life he's been manipulating. My parents' money he's been stealing. My future he tried to destroy. I want to look him in the eye when he's confronted. The stern witch studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. But you'll need proper attire for a Wizengamot appearance. We can provide that, Irongrip offered, snapping her fingers. 2 goblin attendants appeared almost instantly. And you'll need counsel, Silvertooth added. Gringotts will provide representation as the aggrieved financial institution, but you should have your own legal advisor. I don't know any magical lawyers, Harry admitted. Perhaps I can be of assistance there. Everyone turned toward the new voice. Standing in the doorway was a tall, elegant witch with aristocratic features and striking blonde hair streaked with black, like a reverse skunk stripe. She wore formal robes of midnight blue and carried a dragon-hide briefcase. Andromeda, Madame Bones acknowledged with a nod. Right on time. Andromeda. Tonks? Harry guessed, recognizing the family resemblance to both Tonks and, disturbingly, Bellatrix Lestrange. The witch inclined her head. Andromeda Black Tonks, Lord Potter. I was disowned by the Black family for marrying a Muggleborn, though I understand my cousin Sirius reinstated me before his death. A flash of grief crossed her features. I'm a solicitor specializing in family law and inheritance disputes. Madame Tonks is one of the few wizarding lawyers we goblins respect, Ragnarok commented, which seemed to be high praise indeed. How did you know to come? Harry asked. I received a letter from Sirius months ago, instructing me to present myself at Gringotts today should anything happen to him. She smiled sadly. My cousin was paranoid, but it seems with good reason. Andromeda approached the table and quickly scanned the contracts laid out before Harry. Her expression hardened with each one she examined. This is unprecedented, she finally said. The level of calculation required to construct these contradictory obligations. Dumbledore wasn't just after your money, Lord Potter. This appears to be an elaborate attempt to control the Potter bloodline and magic. Can you help me fight this? Harry asked. Andromeda's eyes, so like her cousin Sirius's, met Harry's with fierce determination. It would be my honor to represent you, Lord Potter. Consider it part of House Black's debt to you for saving the last scion of our line from Azkaban, however briefly. She extended her hand, and Harry shook it, feeling a strange sense of rightness in the alliance. Now, she continued briskly, we have approximately 40 minutes to prepare before the Wizengamot session. Let's get you properly attired and briefed on procedure. The Ministry of Magic's main entrance hall was in chaos when Harry emerged from the flue with Andromeda Tonks at his side. Reporters swarmed around various officials, flashbulbs popping in rapid succession. The news of Gringotts' lawsuit against Dumbledore had apparently leaked. Harry kept his head high, grateful for the formal wizarding robes the goblins had provided. They were deep burgundy with the Potter crest embroidered in gold thread, a shield featuring a griffin rampant over crossed wands. A matching gold pin secured a formal cloak at his shoulder. For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he was wearing clothes that truly belonged to him, connected him to his heritage. Andromeda guided him through the crowd with practiced ease, occasionally using subtle shield charms to keep the more aggressive reporters at bay. Her presence was commanding, and Harry noticed how many wizards and witches stepped aside automatically when they recognized her. "Madame Tonks!" called a voice Harry recognized. Rita Skeeter, her acid green quill already hovering at the ready, pushed through the throng toward them. "Is it true you're representing Harry Potter in a case against Albus Dumbledore?" "No comment at this time, Miss Skeeter," Andromeda replied coolly. "Lord Potter and I are due in the Wizengamot chamber." "Lord Potter?" Skeeter's eyes widened behind her jeweled spectacles, her gaze darting to the crest on Harry's robes. My, how interesting. Perhaps you'd care to comment on rumors that Dumbledore has been embezzling from the Potter vaults for years? "As my counsel stated, we have no comment," Harry said firmly, channeling what he hoped was the proper tone for a lord addressing the press. Rita's quill scratched frantically anyway. Harry knew tomorrow's profit would be filled with speculation regardless of what he said or didn't say. At least this time, the paper's tendency toward anti-Dumbledore sentiment might work in his favor. They reached the lifts, where an aura Harry didn't recognize held one open for them. "Madame Tonks, Lord Potter. Madame Bones asked me to escort you directly to the chamber." The lift descended swiftly to level 2, where they followed the aura down a series of corridors Harry had never seen during his previous visits to the Ministry. Unlike the main passages, these halls were lined with portraits of stern-looking witches and wizards, former department heads and Wizengamot officials, Harry guessed. "The private entrance," Andromeda explained quietly. "For participants rather than observers." They finally reached an ornate door guarded by two aurors in formal uniform robes. Both straightened as Harry approached. "Lord Potter," one acknowledged with a nod. "Madame Bones is waiting inside. The session begins in 10 minutes. The chamber beyond was not the courtroom where Harry had faced his hearing the previous year. This was a much larger, circular room with tiered seating arranged in a full amphitheater style. The walls were paneled in dark wood inlaid with golden runes, and floating orbs of light illuminated the space from above. At the center was not a defendant's chair but a speaking platform surrounded by a shallow moat of what appeared to be swirling silver liquid. "Truth reflection pool," Andromeda murmured, noticing Harry's curious glance. "Not as binding as Veritaserum, but it ripples visibly when someone standing at the central podium speaks falsehoods." Wizengamot members in plum-colored robes were already filing in, taking seats according to some arrangement Harry didn't understand. He recognized a few faces, Lucius Malfoy's allies from his trial, Augusta Longbottom in her vulture hat, and, with a jolt, Percy Weasley sitting among a group Harry assumed were ministry officials rather than actual Wizengamot members. Madame Bones appeared at their side, now dressed in formal black robes with the silver insignia of the DMLE on her chest. "Good, you're here. Dumbledore arrived 5 minutes ago and is attempting to rally support. We'll be seated in the claimant's box." She gestured to a section of seats to the right of the central podium. As they made their way to their designated area, Harry felt the weight of dozens of stares. Whispers followed in their wake. He caught fragments: Potter boy, Gringotts lawsuit, marriage contracts. Can you imagine? Dumbledore actually caught. The claimant's box contained several rows of seats. Already present were Ragnarok and 4 other goblins, all in formal banking attire augmented with ceremonial armor, a reminder that Gringotts, while a financial institution, was run by a warrior race. "Director," Harry greeted Ragnarok with a respectful nod as he took his seat. "Lord Potter," the goblin returned. "The vultures gather quickly when they smell blood in the water." Harry followed Ragnar's gaze to where Lucius Malfoy was deep in conversation with several other aristocratic-looking wizards. Will this turn into a political circus? Undoubtedly, Andromeda said, arranging her notes on the small desk before their seats. But politics may work in our favor today. Dumbledore has made many enemies, and they'll be eager to see him fall, regardless of their feelings toward you. A gong sounded, reverberating through the chamber. The buzz of conversation died immediately as all eyes turned to the grand entrance opposite their position. The doors swung open to reveal Albus Dumbledore in magnificent robes of deep purple, his silver beard gleaming in the chamber's light. For a moment, Harry felt the familiar sense of awe the headmaster had always inspired. But as Dumbledore's gaze swept the chamber and landed on him, Harry saw something he'd never noticed before: calculation behind the twinkling eyes, quickly masked by a grandfatherly smile that now seemed painfully artificial. "Here we go," Andromeda murmured, placing a steadying hand on Harry's arm. "Remember, no matter what he says, no matter how he tries to twist this, you have truth on your side." The chamber fell silent as Dumbledore took his position at the Chief Warlock's podium, elevated slightly above the central speaking platform. "Esteemed members of the Wizengamot," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber, "I have called this emergency session to address certain, unfortunate misunderstandings that have arisen between Gringotts Bank, the Ministry of Magic, and myself." "Misunderstandings," Ragnar growled under his breath. 15 fraudulent contracts are not misunderstandings. Dumbledore continued, "It has come to my attention that serious allegations have been made regarding my conduct as magical guardian to Harry Potter. Before these rumors spiral further out of control, I wish to address them directly in this august body." "Point of order," Madame Bones called, rising from her seat. "The Chief Warlock is attempting to frame a formal criminal investigation and civil lawsuit as mere rumors and misunderstandings. This is highly inappropriate given his position as the accused party in these proceedings." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Dumbledore's smile didn't falter, but Harry noticed his fingers tighten almost imperceptibly around his podium. "Madame Bones," Dumbledore acknowledged, "while I appreciate your dedication to procedure, I believe as Chief Warlock I am entitled to contextualize the purpose of our gathering today." "Not when you are the subject of the proceedings," Andromeda interjected, standing beside Madame Bones. "Albus Dumbledore, you stand accused of serious crimes against my client, Lord Harry James Potter. It is inappropriate for you to preside over this session in any capacity." This caused an outburst of conversation throughout the chamber. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence, but the buzz continued until Madame Bones cast a sonorous charm. "According to Wizengamot Charter, Article 7, Section 3, she announced, her amplified voice cutting through the noise, any member who is personally implicated in a case before this body must recuse themselves from their official duties for the duration of those proceedings." "I have not been formally charged," Dumbledore began. "You were served with official notice this morning," Ragnar interrupted, standing now as well. "Both for criminal proceedings and the civil lawsuit. The documentation was delivered to your office at Hogwarts at precisely 9:17 a.m. and acknowledged by your signature." Dumbledore's pleasant expression flickered momentarily. "A technicality that is written into the very laws you are sworn to uphold as Chief Warlock," Andromeda completed smoothly. "My client requests that you comply with proper procedure and step down for these proceedings." All eyes turned to Dumbledore, whose grandfatherly facade was beginning to show cracks. The silence stretched uncomfortably until Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat. "I move that, in accordance with our bylaws, Albus Dumbledore temporarily cede his position as Chief Warlock until these serious allegations are resolved," she declared in her formidable voice. "Seconded," called Tiberius Ogden, an elderly wizard Harry recognized from the educational decrees debacle the previous year. "A vote, then," said Dumbledore, somehow making it sound as though this had been his idea all along. "Those in favor of temporarily appointing an acting Chief Warlock for today's proceedings?" Hands rose throughout the chamber, far more than half. Harry noticed with interest that even some of Dumbledore's known supporters voted in favor. Perhaps they were hedging their bets, unwilling to openly defy procedure when the goblins were involved. "Very well," Dumbledore said, his voice still pleasant though his eyes had lost their twinkle. "As tradition dictates, the most senior member of the Wizengamot shall preside in my absence. Madam Marchbanks, if you would be so kind." Griselda Marchbanks, whom Harry recognized from his OWL examinations, made her way to the Chief Warlock's podium with surprising spryness for a witch of her advanced years. Dumbledore descended with dignity and took a seat in the section reserved for regular Wizengamot members. "Now then," Madam Marchbanks said briskly, adjusting her spectacles. "We have before us two matters, a criminal investigation opened by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and a civil lawsuit filed by Gringotts Bank, both against Albus Dumbledore. Madam Bones, as head of the DMLE, you have the floor first." Madam Bones approached the central podium, the silver pool surrounding it rippling gently as she stepped onto the platform. "Esteemed members of the Wizengamot," she began, "this morning, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement received evidence of multiple serious crimes committed by Albus Dumbledore against Lord Harry James Potter over a period of 15 years. She proceeded to outline the charges methodically: fraudulent creation of marriage contracts, manipulation of magical signatures, breach of guardianship duties, embezzlement from the Potter vaults, and willful endangerment of the last scion of a noble house. With each accusation, she referenced specific laws and precedents, building a comprehensive case that left many Wizengamot members looking increasingly disturbed. "As evidence," Madam Bones continued, "we submit copies of 15 fraudulent marriage contracts, each bearing Lord Potter's manipulated magical signature." She waved her wand, and duplicates of the contracts appeared on each Wizengamot member's desk. These contracts were designed to contradict each other, creating a situation where Lord Potter would inevitably trigger multiple penalty clauses, resulting in the loss of his magic and fortune. Gasps and mutters swept through the chamber as the members examined the documents. Harry noticed several of them casting detection spells on the parchments, their expressions growing grave as they confirmed the authenticity of the magical signatures. When Madam Bones concluded her presentation, Madam Marchbanks called upon Ragnarok to present Gringotts' case. The Goblin Director stepped onto the platform with impressive dignity, his sharp teeth gleaming as he addressed the Wizengamot. "Wizards of Britain," he began, foregoing the usual pleasantries, "Gringotts Bank has existed for over 7 centuries as the custodian of your gold, the keeper of your contracts, and the guarantor of financial law. In all that time, we have never brought a case of this magnitude before your Wizengamot." Ragnarok's presentation was shorter than Madam Bones's but no less devastating. He focused primarily on the financial aspects, the systematic draining of Potter family assets, the potential magical catastrophe the contradictory contracts would have caused, and the violation of goblin banking laws that protected hereditary accounts. "The sum of 10 million galleons," Ragnarok concluded, "represents not merely punitive damages, but the estimated value of what Lord Potter stood to lose had these fraudulent contracts been triggered. Gringotts demands this compensation on behalf of our client, along with the immediate return of all Potter assets removed from their rightful vaults." When Ragnarok returned to his seat, Madam Marchbanks called for Dumbledore's response. The former Chief Warlock approached the platform with the serene confidence that had defined his public persona for decades. Harry tensed, knowing Dumbledore's persuasive abilities were legendary. "My friends and colleagues," Dumbledore began, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness, "I stand before you today deeply saddened by these accusations. While I acknowledge that certain documents bearing Harry's signature exist, I must categorically deny any malicious intent in their creation." The silver pool around the platform remained still, which Harry took to mean Dumbledore was being careful to speak literal truths while misleading through implication. As Harry's magical guardian, appointed by this very body after the tragic loss of his parents, I have always acted with his best interests at heart. The documents in question were created as protective measures during the dark days after Voldemort's fall, when many of his followers remained at large. Several Wizengamot members flinched at the name, but Dumbledore continued undeterred. These contracts were never intended to be activated. They were, in essence, decoys, documents designed to mislead any Death Eaters who might seek to claim the Potter fortune through forced marriage to the infant Harry. A common practice, you may recall, during the aftermath of the First War. Harry glanced at Andromeda, who was furiously making notes. She looked up briefly and whispered, "Clever, but demonstrably false. The dates on the contract span years, some created as recently as after your 4th year." Dumbledore was building momentum. As for the financial transactions, every galleon withdrawn from the Potter vaults was used for Harry's protection, education, and care. Detailed records exist, which I will happily provide to the appropriate authorities. At this, the silver pool rippled visibly, causing murmurs throughout the chamber. Dumbledore glanced down, momentarily disconcerted, before smoothly continuing. "I deeply regret that these necessary security measures have been misconstrued as something sinister. Harry has been like a grandson to me." The pool churned more violently, the silver liquid almost splashing against the platform's edge. "And I have only ever wanted what was best for him, in accordance with Lily and James's wishes." At this, the pool erupted in a fountain of silver that splashed across the platform and onto Dumbledore's robes. The chamber erupted in shocked exclamations. Such a dramatic reaction from the truth pool was rare, a clear indication of a deliberate, significant falsehood. "Order!" Madam Marchbanks called, banging a gavel Harry hadn't noticed before. "Mr. Dumbledore, you are reminded that the truth reflection pool responds to the speaker's intent as well as their literal words." Dumbledore's composure slipped momentarily, a flash of anger crossing his features before he reinstated his grandfatherly expression. "A simple misunderstanding. I misspoke in my distress over these accusations." "Or perhaps you revealed your true colors," called a voice from the audience. Harry turned to see Lucius Malfoy standing, his expression one of calculated concern. "Madam Marchbanks, if I may?" At her nod, Malfoy continued, "While I have often found myself at odds with Mr. Potter, I am disturbed by the evidence presented today. If Albus Dumbledore has indeed manipulated the boy who lived for his own purposes, how can we trust his judgment regarding other matters? Such as his persistent claims about the Dark Lord's return?" Harry felt his blood boil at Malfoy's obvious attempt to leverage the situation for Voldemort's benefit. Before he could react, however, Andromeda squeezed his arm in warning and stood. "Madam Marchbanks, Lord Malfoy's insinuations are irrelevant to these proceedings and appear designed to advance a separate political agenda. I request we remain focused on the charges at hand." "Agreed," Madam Marchbanks said firmly. "Lord Malfoy, please confine your comments to the matter before us." Malfoy inclined his head in acquiescence, but the damage was done. Harry could see uncertainty on several faces. Dumbledore's credibility was being questioned on all fronts now. "If I may," Andromeda said, maintaining her standing position, "I believe it is time to hear from Lord Potter himself. As the victim of these manipulations, he has remained silent thus far out of respect for these proceedings, but his testimony is central to this case." Madam Marchbanks nodded. "Lord Potter, please approach the podium." Harry stood, his heart pounding. He had faced Voldemort multiple times, yet somehow addressing the Wizengamot felt equally intimidating. As he walked to the central platform, he caught Dumbledore's eye. The headmaster gave him an almost imperceptible nod, as if expecting Harry to defend him. That small gesture of presumption stiffened Harry's resolve. He stepped onto the platform, the silver pool swirling gently around him. He took a deep breath and began. "Members of the Wizengamot, I stand before you today not just as Harry Potter, but as Lord Potter, a title I learned existed only this morning." He paused, letting that sink in. "For 15 years, I have been kept ignorant of my heritage, my responsibilities, and my rights in the wizarding world. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs until I was 11 years old, wearing my cousin's cast-off clothes, believing my parents died in a car crash because they were drunk." Horrified murmurs swept through the chamber. "When Professor Dumbledore finally allowed Hagrid to retrieve me for Hogwarts, not a professor, not a social worker, but a groundskeeper with no training in introducing Muggle-raised children to magic. I was overwhelmed with gratitude just to escape the Dursleys. I didn't question why no one had ever checked on me. I didn't wonder why, if I was famous, no one from the magical world had ever contacted me. Harry's voice grew stronger as he continued. Each year at Hogwarts, I faced dangers that should never have threatened a child: a possessed professor, a basilisk, Dementors, the Triwizard Tournament, and finally, Voldemort's return. After each of these ordeals, Professor Dumbledore offered just enough information to satisfy my immediate questions, but never the full truth. The silver pool remained perfectly calm, reflecting Harry's image like a mirror. I trusted him completely. When he told me I had to return to the Dursleys each summer despite their mistreatment, I obeyed. When he kept me isolated from my friends after Cedric's death and Voldemort's return, I endured it. When his secrecy contributed to my rushing to the Department of Mysteries based on incomplete information, resulting in my godfather's death, I blamed myself rather than questioning his leadership. Harry's voice cracked slightly on the mention of Sirius, but he pushed forward. Today I learned that while I suffered, while I fought Voldemort's attempts to kill me year after year, the man I trusted most was systematically stealing my inheritance and creating magical contracts that would have eventually destroyed me. He looked directly at Dumbledore now, green eyes locked on blue. I don't know why he did it. Perhaps he genuinely believed he was acting for the greater good. Perhaps he simply couldn't resist the temptation of the Potter fortune. Or perhaps, after decades of power and acclaim, he began to see people as pieces on a chessboard rather than as human beings with rights and dignity. Harry gestured to the contracts displayed before each Wizengamot member. Whatever his reasons, the evidence is clear. 15 contradictory marriage contracts. Systematic withdrawal of Potter assets. Deliberate withholding of information about my status and heritage. These are not the actions of someone who cared about me as a person. These are the calculated moves of someone who saw me as a resource to be managed and eventually harvested. The chamber was utterly silent now, all eyes fixed on the young man at the podium. I stand before you today to ask for justice, not vengeance. I ask that Albus Dumbledore be held accountable for his actions according to magical law. I ask that the Potter assets be recovered and restored to their rightful vaults. And I ask that the system that allowed one man such unchecked power over an orphan be reformed so that no child ever again suffers as I have under the guise of protection. Harry stepped back from the podium, the silver pool still mirror calm, reflecting the overhead lights like stars. Thank you for your attention, he concluded formally, then returned to his seat beside Andromeda. The silence that followed was profound. Several Wizengamot members appeared visibly moved, dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. Others looked thoughtful, reassessing long-held assumptions about both Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Madame Marchbanks finally broke the silence. Given the gravity of the accusations and the evidence presented, I propose we move to a preliminary vote on whether to proceed with both the criminal investigation and civil lawsuit. This is not a vote on guilt or innocence, merely on whether sufficient cause exists for full proceedings. The vote was overwhelming. Only a handful of Dumbledore's most steadfast supporters, including Elphias Doge and Daedalus Diggle, voted against proceeding. The vast majority, even those who had historically aligned with Dumbledore's politics, voted to move forward with both cases. The Wizengamot has spoken, Madame Marchbanks announced. The criminal investigation will continue under Madame Bones's authority, and the civil lawsuit will proceed according to Gringotts' timeline. Mr. Dumbledore, your assets will remain frozen pending resolution, and you are ordered to prepare a complete accounting of all transactions involving Potter family holdings within 7 days. She turned to address Harry directly. Lord Potter, as you are still legally a minor, albeit an emancipated one due to your status as the last of your line, the Wizengamot must appoint a new magical guardian to serve until your 17th birthday. Do you have anyone you wish to nominate for this position? Harry hadn't expected this development. He glanced at Andromeda, who gave him an encouraging nod. I would like to nominate Madame Andromeda Tonks, he said. She has already demonstrated her commitment to my welfare, and as a member of the Black family, my godfather's family, I believe she would honor Sirius's wishes regarding my care." Andromeda looked surprised but touched by the suggestion. "Is there any objection to this nomination?" Madame Marchbanks asked the chamber. When none came forward, even Malfoy remained silent, perhaps calculating that opposing a connection to the Black family would be politically unwise. She nodded. "Very well. Madame Tonks, do you accept the responsibility of magical guardianship for Lord Potter until his 17th birthday?" Andromeda stood. "I do, Madame Marchbanks. I swear on my magic to protect, guide, and advocate for Lord Potter's best interests in all matters magical and mundane until he reaches his majority." A brief glow surrounded her as the oath took hold. "Excellent," Madame Marchbanks said. "Now, as for interim measures regarding Hogwarts, if I may," Dumbledore interrupted, standing once more. Despite the devastating testimony against him, he somehow maintained his aura of dignified authority. "While I respect the Wisengamot's decision to proceed with these investigations, I must point out that my position as headmaster of Hogwarts is separate from my personal legal matters. The school term begins in just over a month, and disrupting educational leadership at this critical time would only harm the students." Several Wisengamot members nodded in agreement, but Madame Bones wasn't easily swayed. "Mr. Dumbledore, you are accused of using your position at Hogwarts to manipulate and endanger a student under your care. How can parents trust their children's safety if you remain as headmaster during these proceedings?" "An excellent point," Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly. "Perhaps a temporary leadership arrangement would be prudent, not as punishment, but as a practical measure to ensure Hogwarts functions properly while the headmaster addresses these unfortunate allegations." Harry could almost admire Malfoy's political maneuvering, even as he recognized it was motivated by Voldemort's agenda rather than concern for students. After further debate, the Wisengamot voted to temporarily suspend Dumbledore from his position as headmaster, with Deputy Headmistress McGonagall assuming leadership duties until either Dumbledore's exoneration or permanent replacement. As the session concluded and members began to disperse, Harry remained seated, processing the whirlwind of revelations and decisions. His entire worldview had been upended in a single day. The mentor he had trusted implicitly stood revealed as a manipulator who had orchestrated the very isolation and ignorance Harry had suffered throughout his life. "You did well," Andromeda said quietly beside him. "Extremely well, considering the circumstances." "What happens now?" Harry asked, watching as Aurors approached Dumbledore. They didn't restrain him, he was too powerful and respected for such treatment, but they clearly intended to escort him for formal processing. "Now," said Ragnarok, joining their conversation, "we begin the real work." The preliminary hearing was merely the opening move in what will likely be a complex legal battle. "Dumbledore will have allies we haven't identified yet," Andromeda agreed. "And resources beyond what's been frozen. He's been accumulating power and influence for over a century, it won't be dismantled in a day." Harry nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion. "Where will I go? I can't return to Privet Drive, not after what happened this morning." "As your magical guardian," Andromeda said, "I invite you to stay with my family. Our home isn't grand, but it's protected by substantial wards, and my husband Ted would be delighted to meet you. Nymphadora, Tonks, is often there as well when not on Auror duty." The offer was tempting, a real wizarding home with people connected to Sirius, but something held Harry back. "What about my friends? Ron, Hermione, the other Weasleys, they don't know any of this yet." "That's another complexity we must address," Andromeda acknowledged. "Many of your closest associates have deep ties to Dumbledore. We'll need to approach them carefully." "Lord Potter," Ragnarok interjected, "before you make any decisions about accommodation, there is the matter of your family properties. According to our records, while Dumbledore sold 2 Potter holdings, the main family estate in Wales remains intact, though sealed since your parents' deaths. As head of House Potter, you have the right to claim residence there." Harry stared at the goblin in shock. I have a family home? An actual Potter house? Indeed. Potter Manor has stood for 12 generations. It was not your parents' primary residence. They chose the cottage in Godric's Hollow for its smaller size and Fidelius capability. The manor, however, is your birthright. Why wasn't I told about this before? Harry demanded, then immediately answered his own question. Dumbledore, of course. Of course, Ragnarok agreed grimly. Had you claimed your lordship at 11, as was your right, you would have learned of the manor immediately. Dumbledore's strategy relied on keeping you ignorant of your heritage. Harry fell silent, contemplating this new information. A home of his own, a real connection to his family beyond photos and heirlooms. The thought was overwhelming. Could I see it? He finally asked. I can arrange transportation today, if you wish, Ragnarok offered. The property has been maintained by house elves in stasis, awaiting the return of a Potter. Harry nodded, a lump forming in his throat. I'd like that. Then I suggest we depart soon, Andromeda said, gathering her papers. The press will be swarming once word of today's hearing spreads further. As if summoned by her words, a commotion erupted at the chamber entrance. Rita Skeeter, accompanied by several other reporters, had managed to push past the Auror guards. Lord Potter. Skeeter called, her quick quotes quill already dancing across a notepad. A statement for the Daily Prophet? How does it feel to discover Dumbledore's betrayal? Are you planning to leave Hogwarts? Is it true the goblins have declared you a friend of the nation? Before Harry could respond, Andromeda stepped forward, positioning herself between Harry and the press. My client will not be making statements at this time, she declared firmly. This is an ongoing legal matter, and Lord Potter's focus is on recovering from these traumatic revelations. Any further questions can be directed to my office. She signaled to the Aurors, who began herding the journalists back. Come, Harry, she said quietly. We'll use the private exit. As they made their way through a side door, Harry caught a glimpse of Dumbledore across the chamber. The headmaster, former headmaster now, he reminded himself, was watching him with an expression Harry had never seen before, a mixture of calculation, regret, and something that might have been fear. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry felt a gentle probe against his mental shields, the rudimentary occlumency he'd managed to teach himself despite Snape's disastrous lessons. He strengthened his barriers instinctively, and Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. No more, Harry thought firmly. No more manipulation. No more secrets. Dumbledore inclined his head, a gesture that might have been respect or merely acknowledgement, before the Aurors escorted him away. Harry? Andromeda prompted, noticing his hesitation. I'm coming, he said, turning away from the past and toward whatever uncertain future awaited him, a future where, for perhaps the first time, he would have real agency in shaping his own destiny. Together with his new guardian and the Goblin director, Harry Potter, newly recognized Lord of House Potter, left the Wizengamot chamber to discover his heritage and, perhaps, find a true home at last. Chapter 2, Inheritance. The sun was setting over the Welsh countryside, painting the rolling hills in hues of gold and amber as Harry stood before the wrought iron gates of Potter Manor. The journey from the ministry had been a blur, a series of secure fluke connections followed by a port key that deposited them on a country lane bordered by ancient oaks. Now, facing his ancestral home, Harry felt a curious mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The property has been in stasis since your grandparents' passing, Ragnarok explained, standing beside Harry with unexpected patience for a goblin of his stature. The wards recognized no master with James Potter in hiding and then deceased. The gates themselves were impressive, 10 feet tall and adorned with an intricate P intertwined with what appeared to be a griffin. Beyond them, a winding gravel path led through manicured grounds to a manor house that took Harry's breath away. It wasn't as imposingly grand as Malfoy Manor had been described to him, nor as haphazardly charming as the Burrow. Instead, It struck a perfect balance between elegance and warmth, a three-story edifice of honey-colored stone with tall windows and ivy climbing its eastern wall. "How do I?" Harry gestured vaguely at the gates. "Blood recognition," Andromeda explained gently. "Place your palm against the crest. The wards will acknowledge you as head of House Potter." Harry hesitated only briefly before pressing his hand against the cool metal. The moment his skin made contact, a warm sensation spread up his arm, and the P on the gate glowed with golden light. A soft hum filled the air, magic recognizing magic, and then the gates swung inward without a sound. "Welcome home, Lord Potter," Ragnarok said with a rare goblin smile that displayed rather more teeth than Harry found comfortable. Harry took a deep breath and stepped onto the property. Immediately, he felt a shift in the ambient magic, like the house itself had exhaled after holding its breath for 15 years. The ground sprang to life around them, flower beds that had been dormant suddenly bloomed, fountains began flowing, and lights winked on along the path leading to the main entrance. "The estate has awakened," Andromeda observed, her tone impressed. "The Potter family magic recognizes its heir." As they walked toward the house, Harry noticed movement from the corner of his eye. Small figures were appearing and disappearing among the gardens and around the house's perimeter. "House elves," Ragnarok explained. "The Potter family traditionally employed a staff of 6. They've been in suspended animation, linked to the property's magic. When they reached the massive oak front doors, they swung open before Harry could touch them. Standing in the entryway was an elderly house elf wearing a clean, pressed uniform with the Potter crest. His enormous ears quivered with emotion as he executed a deep bow. "Master Harry Potter has returned at last," the elf said, his voice cracking. "Henley has waited so long to serve the last Potter." Hello, Henley," Harry replied, unsure of the proper protocol for greeting an elf who had apparently been waiting 15 years for this moment. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I didn't know this place existed until today." Henley's large eyes filled with tears. Young master was kept from his rightful home? Who would do such a terrible thing? "That's rather what we're trying to address," Andromeda interjected diplomatically. "Henley, I am Andromeda Tonks, Lord Potter's newly appointed magical guardian. This is Director Ragnarok of Gringotts. We're helping Lord Potter reclaim his inheritance." The elf straightened, immediately shifting to a more professional demeanor. "Of course. Henley will prepare refreshments in the main sitting room. The other elves are awakening the house as we speak." He disappeared with a pop. The entrance hall was spectacular, not with the cold grandeur of Hogwarts, but with the lived-in elegance of a family home. A wide staircase curved up to the upper floors, while doorways led off to various wings of the manor. The walls were adorned with portraits, many of which were now stirring as the house's magic reactivated them. "Harry Potter," called a voice from the largest portrait opposite the stairs. It depicted a man with Harry's untamable hair, though grey at the temples, and a woman with kind eyes and an air of quiet dignity. "By Merlin, you're the spitting image of James at that age. These must be your grandparents," Andromeda murmured. "Fleamont and Euphemia Potter." Harry approached the portrait with wonder. You're my grandparents?" "Indeed we are, my boy," Fleamont Potter confirmed. "And judging by your age and the layer of dust I can sense on this frame, it's been far too long since a Potter walked these halls." 15 years, Harry said quietly. "My parents, they died when I was 1. The portrait figures exchanged pained glances. "James and Lily, both gone?" Euphemia asked, her painted face crumpling. "We feared as much when the house went into stasis. The portraits retain some connection to the family magic, you see. We felt when James..." She couldn't continue. "I'm sorry," Harry said, feeling oddly guilty for being the bearer of such news to his own grandparents' portraits. "There was a war. Voldemort killed them. He tried to kill me too, but somehow I survived. The Potter luck," Fleamont murmured. Always strongest when the odds are most dire. His eyes narrowed. But why have you only just arrived here? Who has been caring for you, child? The question sent a pang through Harry's chest. That's complicated. I was sent to live with my mother's sister and her husband. They're muggles. They never told me about magic, or about being a Potter. I only learned I was a wizard when Hagrid brought my Hogwarts letter on my 11th birthday. His grandparents looked horrified. Petunia? Euphemia exclaimed. That spiteful, magic-hating woman raised our grandson? Impossible. The will would never have allowed it. Will? Harry glanced at Ragnarok. The goblin's expression darkened. Another area where Dumbledore's interference is evident. Your parents' will was sealed by order of the chief warlock immediately following their deaths. As their magical executor, Dumbledore had the authority to do so during a time of war, but that seal should have been lifted once the immediate danger passed. We need to see that will, Andromeda said firmly. Can Gringotts provide a copy? As Lord Potter has now claimed his title, yes. Ragnarok made a note in a small book he produced from his pocket. I will have it sent here by secure owl tonight. Harry's attention was drawn back to the portrait as Fleamont Potter leaned forward, his painted face intent. Harry, my boy. Listen carefully. The fact that you're only now discovering Potter Manor suggests something far more sinister than mere negligence. The family grimoire will help you understand your heritage and the protections that should have been in place. Grimoire? The Potter family spell book and history, Andromeda explained. Most ancient houses maintain one. It's passed down through generations and contains family magic, historical records, and often enchantments unique to the bloodline. It's in the study, Euphemia added. Behind the main staircase, third door on the right. The grimoire sits on a pedestal by the window. Only a true Potter can open it. Harry felt overwhelmed. After 15 years of having no connection to his family beyond photographs and his father's invisibility cloak, he was suddenly drowning in Potter heritage. Perhaps we should allow Lord Potter to explore his home before delving into family artifacts, Ragnarok suggested, displaying unexpected sensitivity. The day has already contained many revelations. As if on cue, Henley reappeared. Refreshments are served in the blue sitting room, Master Harry. Would Master like a tour of the house first, or perhaps to see his rooms? My rooms? Harry repeated. The air's sweet, sir, Henley confirmed. It has been maintained in readiness, though. The elf hesitated, ears drooping slightly. The nursery attached to it may cause young Master some distress. It was prepared for Master James and Mistress Lily's visits with baby Harry. A nursery prepared for him, a room he should have known his whole life but had never seen. Harry swallowed hard against the lump forming in his throat. I'd like to see everything, he said quietly. This has been my home all along, and I never knew it existed. I don't want to waste another minute. Andromeda placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Would you prefer some privacy for this, Harry? Director Ragnarok and I can wait in the sitting room and discuss the legal next steps. Harry considered this. Part of him wanted witnesses to help process everything he was about to discover, but another part, the part that had learned to guard his emotions after years with the Dursleys, craved solitude. Yes, he decided. I'd like to explore on my own first. Henley can show me around. Very good, Lord Potter, Ragnarok said with a formal bow. When you're ready to discuss business matters, we'll be available. There's much still to address regarding the contracts and Dumbledore's case. As Andromeda and Ragnarok followed another house elf toward the sitting room, Harry turned to Henley. Where should we start? The old elf's face softened with understanding. Perhaps with the family wing, Master Harry. It is where you would have spent most of your time had things been different. Following Henley up the grand staircase, Harry tried to imagine an alternate reality where he'd grown up in this house, knowing his heritage, surrounded by magical portraits of ancestors and the quiet elegance of old family wealth. How different would he have been? Would he still have become friends with Ron and Hermione? Would he have been a spoiled prat like Malfoy? The upper landing branched into several corridors, each leading to different wings of the manor. Henley guided him down the one to the right, which was lined with more portraits, many of whom whispered excitedly as Harry passed. The Potter heir. Look at his eyes, Lily's, without question. Has James's build, though. Seeker's frame. At the end of the corridor, Henley stopped before a set of double doors carved with an intricate pattern of vines and small animals that seemed to shift subtly as Harry watched. The heir's suite, Master Harry, the elf announced, pushing the doors open. Harry stepped into a spacious sitting room decorated in shades of blue and bronze. Large windows overlooked the eastern gardens and, in the distance, a small lake glimmered in the fading light. The furniture was elegant but comfortable looking, a sofa and armchairs arranged near a fireplace, a writing desk beneath one window, and bookshelves lining one wall. This was Master James's suite before he married, Henley explained. The master bedroom is through that door, and the bathing chamber beyond it. And there, the elf pointed to a smaller door in the corner, his voice dropping, is the nursery that was added when Mistress Lily was expecting. Harry approached the nursery door slowly, his heart pounding. This room represented everything that had been stolen from him, not just his parents, but the life he should have had, the childhood that had been replaced with a cupboard under the stairs. The nursery was frozen in time. A wooden crib stood in the center, mobile of tiny golden snitches suspended above it. Stuffed magical creatures, a hippogriff, a dragon, and what appeared to be a large black dog that made Harry's chest ache with thoughts of Sirius, were arranged on shelves. A rocking chair sat by the window, a blue blanket with the Potter crest draped over its arm. Most heart-wrenching of all was the magical photograph framed on the wall, James and Lily, laughing as they held an infant Harry between them. As Harry watched, Photo James leaned over to kiss Photo Lily's cheek, while baby Harry reached up to grab his father's glasses. They only visited with you twice before they went into hiding, Henley said softly from the doorway. The second time was your naming ceremony. All the portraits were awakened for the occasion. Master James was so proud, paraded you through every room, showing you off to every ancestor. Harry stood motionless, absorbing the weight of what might have been. In that moment, his grief for his parents felt fresher than it had in years, not because he was seeing their photograph, but because he was seeing tangible evidence of the life they had planned for him, the love that had gone into preparing this space. Would Master Harry like to see the rest of the house? Henley asked gently when the silence had stretched on. Yes, Harry said, his voice rough. He cleared his throat. Yes, please. The tour continued through the family wing, where Harry saw bedrooms that had belonged to various Potters through the generations, each preserved with their occupants' personal items. One room, Henley explained, had been James's childhood bedroom before he moved to the heir's suite as a teenager. It was decorated in Gryffindor colors and plastered with Quidditch posters featuring teams from the early 1970s. They moved on to the manor's other wings, the guest quarters where visitors would stay, the formal dining room and ballroom used for entertaining, the extensive library that Henley said had been Lily's favorite place, and the conservatory filled with magical plants in various states of suspended animation. Throughout the tour, Harry was struck by the sense that Potter Manor was both grander and more comfortable than he had imagined. Unlike Hogwarts, with its imposing stone and medieval atmosphere, the manor felt like a home, albeit a very large, very old home filled with magical artifacts and enchantments. And finally, Master Harry, the study, Henley announced, leading him to the room his grandmother's portrait had mentioned. The Potter study was a handsome room paneled in dark wood, with a massive desk dominating one end and comfortable seating arranged near a fireplace at the other. As promised, near the window stood a pedestal upon which rested a large, leather-bound book. Even from the doorway, Harry could feel the magic emanating from it, a warm pulse that seemed to call to something within his own magical core. The family grimoire, Henley confirmed, noticing Harry's gaze. "It has awaited your touch for 15 years, Master Harry." Harry approached the pedestal slowly. The book was bound in rich brown leather that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The Potter crest was embossed on its cover in gold, and when Harry looked closely, he could see that the tiny griffin in the design actually moved, its wings flexing occasionally as if testing them. "Only those of Potter blood can open it," Henley explained. "It contains the family's deepest secrets, most powerful spells, and complete history dating back 12 generations." Harry reached out hesitantly, then paused. "Should I wait? This seems like something important." "The grimoire belongs to you, Master Harry," Henley said simply. "It has always been waiting for you." Taking a deep breath, Harry placed his palm flat against the book's cover. Immediately, warmth spread up his arm, similar to what he'd felt at the gates but more intense. The griffin on the cover spread its wings fully and the book glowed with golden light. Then, slowly, it opened of its own accord. The first page bore a simple inscription in flowing script, the most noble and ancient House of Potter family motto, Fortis in Arduis, strength in adversity. As Harry watched, new text appeared beneath the motto, current head of house, Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980 ascended, July 23, 1996, "It recognizes you," Henley whispered, awe evident in his voice. "The family magic has fully accepted its heir." Harry carefully turned the page, revealing what appeared to be a family tree that spread across both pages of the open book. At the bottom, his own name glowed golden, connected by lines to James Potter and Lily Evans Potter above him. As he watched, the lines extended upward through generations of Potters, branching out to show marriages, births, and deaths. "The complete Potter lineage," Henley explained. "It shows all trueborn Potters and those who married into the family." Harry traced the line from his father up to his grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia, and then further back through names he didn't recognize, Hardwin and Iolanthe, Linfred the Potterer at the very top of the visible tree. Each name was accompanied by small notations, birth and death dates, accomplishments, spouses, family. "There's so much here," Harry murmured, overwhelmed by this tangible connection to his ancestry. "The grimoire contains much more than the family tree," Henley said. "If Master Harry has a specific question about the Potter family, the book can guide him to the relevant information." Harry considered this. After everything he'd learned today, one question burned brightest in his mind. "What protections should have been in place for me after my parents died?" he asked, directing the question to the book rather than to Henley. The pages of the grimoire began to turn on their own, flipping rapidly until stopping about a third of the way through. A section titled "Guardianship of Minor Heirs" appeared, with several paragraphs of formal text outlining the Potter family's traditional arrangements for orphan children. As Harry read, his confusion turned to anger. According to Potter family law, registered with both Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, Harry should never have been placed with the Dursleys. A list of approved guardians had been established, with Sirius Black named as primary godfather, followed by Alice Longbottom as godmother, then Remus Lupin, and even Professor McGonagall. The Dursleys were nowhere on the list. In fact, a specific clause stated that under no circumstances was custody to be granted to Petunia Evans Dursley, as her documented antipathy toward magic poses a risk to a magical child's proper development. This is... Harry couldn't find words to express his outrage. Dumbledore ignored all of this. He sent me to the exact people my parents specifically rejected as guardians. A most serious violation, Henley agreed, his elderly face grave. The family magic should have prevented it. Then how did he manage it? The grimoire's pages turned again, revealing a section on blood wards and magical guardianship. Harry read about how magical guardianship was separate from physical custody, and how a magical guardian had significant control over a child's magical education, inheritance, and even certain aspects of their magic until they came of age. Dumbledore used his position as chief warlock to appoint himself my magical guardian, Harry realized, the pieces falling into place. Then he used that authority to override my parents' wishes regarding my physical custody. A manipulation of the highest order, came Ragnar's voice from the doorway. The goblin stood there with Andromeda, both wearing expressions of controlled anger. We've just received an advance copy of your parents' will from Gringotts. It confirms everything the grimoire has shown you. Andromeda stepped into the study, a roll of parchment in her hand. Harry, I hope you don't mind our interruption. Henley mentioned you were consulting the family grimoire, and given what we've just discovered, it seemed important to join you. What does the will say? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. It explicitly states that you were never to be placed with the Dursleys, she confirmed, unfurling the parchment. It lists the same guardians mentioned in your family grimoire, and adds that if none were available, you were to be raised by a vetted wizarding family with the guidance of a Potter family representative, likely a portrait or the family grimoire itself. So Dumbledore violated not just Potter family tradition, but my parents' legal will, Harry said, his voice dangerously quiet. Yes, Ragnar confirmed. And there's more. The will contains provisions for your education about your heritage, starting at age 7. You were to have been gradually introduced to Potter family magic, history, and responsibilities well before attending Hogwarts. Harry closed his eyes, imagining how differently his life might have unfolded if those provisions had been followed. He would have grown up knowing about magic, understanding his place in the wizarding world, perhaps even with some defense against the fame that had so discomfited him upon entering Hogwarts. Why? He asked, opening his eyes to look between Andromeda and Ragnar. What could Dumbledore possibly gain from keeping me ignorant and miserable with the Dursleys? Control, Andromeda said simply. A child raised knowing his heritage would question authority, would understand his rights. A child rescued from neglect and introduced to magic as if it were a gift rather than his birthright would be grateful, malleable, and trusting of his rescuer. It's a common tactic, Ragnar added, his sharp teeth bared in disgust. Break something, then offer to fix it, but only partially, only on your terms. The victim feels gratitude rather than recognizing the original injustice. The explanation rang true in Harry's heart. Hadn't he spent years feeling indebted to Dumbledore for allowing him to attend Hogwarts? For the occasional kind word or show of confidence? For information doled out in tiny, carefully curated portions? Director Ragnar, Harry said, his voice steadying with resolve, I want to see everything. Every transaction Dumbledore made with my family's money. Every decision he made as my magical guardian. Every contract, every agreement, every manipulation. I want it all documented for both the criminal case and the civil lawsuit. It will be done, Lord Potter, the goblin confirmed with a respectful incline of his head. Gringotts has already assigned a team of our most experienced auditors to the task. We take the violation of a hereditary vault very seriously. And I, Andromeda added, will be reviewing every legal document related to your guardianship. As your new magical guardian, I have the authority to request full disclosure from the Ministry's Records Department. Harry nodded, grateful for their support but still wrestling with the magnitude of Dumbledore's betrayal. He turned back to the grimoire, which still lay open on its pedestal. There's one more thing I want to know, he said, addressing the book directly. The marriage contracts Dumbledore created, what can you tell me about the families he tried to connect me to? The grimoire's pages turned once more, this time revealing a section titled, Alliances and Contracts. Text began to appear on the blank page, as if an invisible hand were writing it specifically in response to Harry's inquiry. The most ancient and noble house of Potter has historically maintained alliances through friendship and mutual respect rather than binding magical contracts. While business agreements and political alliances have been common, marriage contracts have been used only 3 times in the family's history, and always with the full consent of all parties involved. The families named in the fraudulent contracts created by Albus Dumbledore represent a strategic pattern, House Greengrass, neutral politically, but with significant holdings in magical agriculture and potion ingredient supply. A marriage alliance would have given Dumbledore indirect control over a critical supply chain. House Parkinson, traditionally aligned with pure-blood causes but not marked Death Eaters, controls significant voting blocks in the Wizengamot through business relationships. House Delacour, prominent in French magical government, with ties to the International Confederation of Wizards, which Dumbledore headed until recently. The list continued, outlining the strategic value of each family named in the contracts. The pattern was clear. Dumbledore had been systematically attempting to create connections to families with political, financial, or social capital that would benefit him once the contracts inevitably failed and the penalties were enforced. He was positioning himself to control not just me, but major power centers throughout Wizarding Britain and Europe, Harry realized aloud. With my magic bound and my fortune distributed, he would have emerged as the regretful executor managing all these newfound connections. A masterful political strategy, Ragnarok observed, if utterly reprehensible morally and legally. We should contact these families, Andromeda suggested. They were unwitting pawns in Dumbledore's scheme, just as you were. Some may have been aware of potential marriage negotiations but almost certainly not of the contradictory nature of the contracts or the severe penalty clauses. Starting with the Greengrasses, Harry decided, remembering that Daphne Greengrass had been named in the first contract he'd examined. They're neutral in the war, according to the grimoire. That might make them more approachable than families like the Parkinsons. A wise choice, Andromeda agreed. I can arrange a meeting through proper channels. Lord Greengrass is known to be a cautious but fair man. Harry closed the grimoire gently, feeling it warm beneath his touch before returning to its dormant state. In just hours, his understanding of his place in the wizarding world had expanded dramatically. The lost, orphaned boy in hand-me-down clothes was giving way to Lord Potter, heir to an ancient magical lineage with responsibilities, allies, and enemies he was only beginning to comprehend. I should write to my friends, he said suddenly, remembering Ron and Hermione. They'll be worried when they hear about what happened at the Ministry today, and I'd rather they learn the truth from me before the Prophet prints whatever version Rita Skeeter invents. A prudent decision, Ragnarok said, though I would advise caution in how much detail you share by owl. Dumbledore still has many allies, and communications may be intercepted. The manor has secure owls, Henley offered. Protected by Potter family magic, they cannot be diverted or their messages read by anyone but the intended recipient. Thank you, Henley, Harry said, genuinely appreciative of the elf's constant assistance. I'll write the letters after dinner. For now, I believe we left Madame Tonks's refreshments untouched in the sitting room? Indeed, Master Harry, Henley confirmed with a pleased smile. Shall I have dinner prepared for 8 o'clock? The kitchen elves are most eager to serve a Potter again. That would be wonderful, Harry agreed, still unaccustomed to giving orders to house elves but trying to be respectful of their desire to serve. Director Ragnarok, will you be joining us? The goblin shook his head. I must return to Gringotts to oversee the investigation personally. However, I will send Senior Account Manager Gripclaw tomorrow morning to provide a detailed accounting of the Potter holdings and discuss investment strategies going forward. Investment strategies? Harry repeated. Of course, Lord Potter, Ragnarok said, looking somewhat surprised at Harry's confusion. The Potter fortune, while substantial, has been largely stagnant during your minority. With proper management, it could grow significantly over the coming years. Another aspect of his heritage Harry had never considered, not just inheriting wealth, but managing and growing it. He made a mental note to ask Gripclaw for remedial information about wizarding finance when they met. I would be honored if you would stay for dinner, Madame Tonks, Harry said to Andromeda. And perhaps, would it be possible for your husband and daughter to join us? I'd like to meet your family properly, especially since you've agreed to be my guardian. Andromeda's face softened. I would be delighted, Harry. Ted has been bursting with curiosity ever since I fire-called him briefly after the Wizengamot session. And Nymphadora, Tonks, would never forgive me if I didn't invite her to dinner at Potter Manor. As they made their way back to the sitting room, Harry felt a strange new sensation settling in his chest, a feeling of possibility, of foundations being laid for a future that, for the first time, he might actually have some hand in shaping. Dinner at Potter Manor that evening was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. The formal dining room, with its long table that could seat 20, had been deemed too imposing for a small family gathering. Instead, Henley had arranged for a more intimate setting in a smaller dining room adjacent to the conservatory, where the evening light filtered through magical plants, casting dappled patterns across the walls. Ted Tonks, a round-faced, good-humored man with thinning hair, had arrived with Andromeda shortly after 7. He'd greeted Harry with a warm handshake and immediately put him at ease with his unpretentious manner. "So you're the famous Harry Potter," he'd said, his eyes twinkling not unlike Dumbledore's but with genuine warmth rather than calculation. "Dora's told us all about you, the good parts, mind, not just the boy who lived rubbish." Nymphadora Tonks had arrived moments later, tripping over an antique side table in the hall and nearly sending a priceless vase crashing before Harry's newly honed seeker reflexes allowed him to catch it. "Watch her, Harry." She'd greeted him cheerfully, her hair cycling through several colors before settling on a deep Potter burgundy that matched the trim on the house elves' uniforms. "Nice digs you've got here. Bit grander than our place, but then, the Tonkses never had the gold for fancy manners." "I'd trade all of it to have grown up with parents like yours," Harry had responded honestly, causing a moment of awkward silence before Ted clapped him on the shoulder. "Well, you've got us now, at least part-time," the older man had said kindly. "And from what Andy's told me, you've shown more wisdom today than wizards 3 times your age." Now, seated around a table laden with more food than the 4 of them could possibly consume, Harry found himself more relaxed than he'd been in months. The conversation flowed easily, touching on everything from Tonks's Auror training to Ted's work as a solicitor specializing in Muggle wizarding legal conflicts. "It's a niche practice," Ted explained, helping himself to roast potatoes, but surprisingly busy. "Every time a wizard decides to live among Muggles or marry a Muggle, there's a nest of legal complications to untangle. Tax filings, property ownership, inheritance laws. The Ministry's solution is usually obliviation and magical contracts, but I prefer finding ways for the 2 worlds to coexist legally." "That must give you an interesting perspective on Muggle wizarding relations," Harry observed. "It's made me something of a radical in certain circles," Ted agreed with a chuckle. "I believe our isolation from Muggle society has become more harmful than protective. The statute of secrecy made sense in the 1600s when they were burning witches, but Muggles have evolved. Their technology now rivals our magic in many areas, sometimes exceeds it." "Ted," Andromeda cautioned, "perhaps this isn't the time for your 'wizards are becoming obsolete' lecture." "On the contrary," Harry countered, "I find it fascinating. Growing up with Muggles, I've often wondered why wizards seem so stuck in time. No electricity, no telephones, quills instead of pens." "Exactly," Ted exclaimed, gesturing enthusiastically with his fork. "There's no practical reason for it beyond tradition and prejudice. The magical world deliberately rejects Muggle innovations as inferior, but it's cutting off its nose to spite its face. Not to mention," Tonks added, "it makes undercover work in the Muggle world bloody difficult. You should see some of the older Aurors trying to blend in, walking around in smoking jackets and top hats, thinking they look like normal Muggles." The conversation shifted to Tonks's work and the Ministry's current state of chaos following the public acknowledgement of Voldemort's return and now the Dumbledore scandal. "It's bedlam," she confirmed, her hair briefly turning a stressed gray before reverting to burgundy. "Half the department is scrambling to beef up security against Death Eaters, while the other half is now investigating Dumbledore. Scrimgeour, he's head of the Auror office, is positioning himself to replace Fudge, who's hanging on by a thread." "What's the Ministry's official position on Dumbledore now?" Harry asked. Andromeda and Tonks exchanged glances. "It's complicated," Andromeda answered. Officially, they're treating the charges with appropriate seriousness while emphasizing that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Unofficially, Tonks added, lowering her voice despite the privacy of the manor, they're thrilled to have a legitimate reason to sideline him. Dumbledore's been a political thorn in their side for decades, too powerful and popular to oppose directly, but constantly interfering with ministry operations through his various positions. The timing is particularly problematic given Voldemort's return, Ted pointed out. Until today, Dumbledore was leading the opposition to the Dark Lord. Now, that resistance is effectively leaderless. The sobering observation hung over the table momentarily. Harry hadn't considered how Dumbledore's fall from grace might impact the war effort. For all the headmaster's manipulation of Harry personally, he had been a formidable opponent to Voldemort. It creates an opportunity for you, Harry, Andromeda said carefully, should you choose to take it. An opportunity? Harry repeated. To define yourself on your own terms, she clarified. Until now, you've been cast in roles chosen by others, Dumbledore's protégé, the ministry scapegoat or savior depending on the political winds, the boy who lived for the public. With Dumbledore's influence removed and your lordship acknowledged, you have the chance to establish your own position in this conflict. Harry considered this. I'm still processing the idea of being Lord Potter, let alone taking any kind of leadership role in the war. No one's suggesting you need to lead an army tomorrow, Ted assured him. But your voice carries weight, Harry. People listen when you speak, whether you've sought that influence or not. And not just because of the boy who lived nonsense, Tonks added. The kids who were in the DA last year? They follow you because you showed actual leadership. You taught them, encouraged them, made them better. Harry felt his cheeks warm at the praise. The DA was as much Hermione's idea as mine. Speaking of your friends, Andromeda said, smoothly changing the subject, have you decided what you'll tell them about recent developments? Harry nodded. I've drafted letters to Ron, Hermione, and Neville. I'm still not sure about writing to Ginny given that her name was on one of those contracts, though I'm certain she knew nothing about it. The contract with the Weasley family is particularly interesting, Andromeda mused. Unlike the others, which were filed with various contract repositories across Europe, that one was kept in Dumbledore's personal vault. It was only discovered during the Gringotts audit. What does that suggest? Harry asked. That it may have been created more recently than the others, possibly in response to your growing closeness to the Weasley family. Dumbledore may have seen them as either a threat to his control over you or as another avenue of influence. Harry frowned, disliking the implication that his relationship with the Weasleys, the closest thing to a family he'd had until now, might have been tainted by Dumbledore's manipulations. I can't believe Mrs. Weasley would have agreed to such a contract, he said firmly. She's always treated me like another son. I doubt any of the affected families were aware of the contradictory nature of the contracts or the severe penalties, Ted reassured him. More likely, Dumbledore approached them with vague discussions about potential future alliances between their houses and yours. Still, Harry said, I need to be careful how I explain this to them. The Prophet will undoubtedly publish something tomorrow, and I want them to hear my version first. After dinner, Harry retreated to the study to finalize his letters. He decided on a straightforward approach, explaining the discovery of the contracts, Dumbledore's role, and his current situation at Potter Manor. He emphasized that he didn't believe any of his friends or their families were complicit in Dumbledore's scheme but acknowledged the awkwardness the revelations might cause. To Hermione, he added details about the legal proceedings and Andromeda's role as his new guardian, knowing his academically minded friend would want to understand the technical aspects. To Ron, he was careful to express that his friendship with the Weasleys remained important to him regardless of Dumbledore's interference. And to Neville, he included the surprising information that their mothers had been close friends and that Alice Longbottom had been named as his godmother in his parents' will, a connection he thought Neville might appreciate knowing. As promised, Henley provided 3 of the manor's secure owls for the letters. Unlike Hedwig's snowy white plumage, these were tawny owls with distinctive golden eyes that seemed to gleam with unusual intelligence. Potter family post owls, Master Harry, Henley explained. They have been with the family for generations. Their magic allows them to find recipients even under most concealment charms, and they cannot be intercepted. Thank you, Henley, Harry said, watching as the owls took flight from the study window. For everything today. I don't know how I would have managed without your help. The elderly elf bowed deeply. It is Henley's greatest honor to serve the last Potter. Master Harry has brought life back to these halls after too many years of silence. After the owls departed, Harry found himself drawn back to the family grimoire. There was so much Potter history and knowledge contained within it, generations of magical learning and family lore that should have been his birthright. He placed his hand on the cover again, feeling the now familiar warmth as the book recognized his touch and opened. Show me what I should know about being Lord Potter, he requested, curious to see how the grimoire would respond. The pages turned to a section titled Responsibilities of the Head of House. As Harry read, he learned about the various duties attached to his title: managing family assets, maintaining alliances with other houses, upholding family traditions, and, most importantly, protecting the family magic. This last aspect particularly captured his attention. According to the grimoire, each ancient family possessed unique magical affinities and abilities that grew stronger when practiced by successive generations. The Potters, it seemed, had particular gifts for defensive magic, transfiguration, and, to Harry's surprise, certain aspects of wandless magic related to intent. Potter family magic flows most strongly through clear intention and righteous purpose, the grimoire explained. Where other families might rely on rigid technique or raw power, Potters have historically excelled at magic fueled by protective instinct and unwavering resolve. This is the source of the family's historical success in combat magic and explains the traditional Potter occupation as creators of magical devices intended to shield or defend. Harry read with growing fascination about his ancestors' accomplishments. Linfred the Potterer had invented healing potions still in use today. Hardwin Potter had created protective amulets that saved countless lives during a magical plague. His own grandfather, Fleamont, had revolutionized defensive hair care with his invention of Sleek Easy's hair potion, which despite its seemingly frivolous purpose, contained complex protective charms that shielded the wearer from minor hexes. My family were magical inventors, Harry murmured, feeling a connection to his heritage he'd never experienced before. His own aptitude for defense against the dark arts suddenly made more sense. It wasn't just his personal experiences that made him excel, but generations of Potter magical affinity flowing through his blood. A soft knock at the study door interrupted his reading. He looked up to see Andromeda standing in the doorway. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," she said. "Ted and Nymphadora have left, and I thought we might discuss plans for tomorrow before I depart as well." "Not at all," Harry assured her, carefully closing the grimoire. "I was just learning about Potter family magic. It's fascinating. Apparently, we have a natural affinity for defensive magic and transfiguration. That explains much about your academic strengths," Andromeda observed with a smile. "James was exceptional at transfiguration as well, if the stories are to be believed." She took a seat in one of the armchairs near the desk, her posture perfect but not stiff, a reminder of her aristocratic upbringing despite her rejection of pure-blood ideology. "Tomorrow will be rather busy," she began. "Gripclaw from Gringotts will arrive at 9 to review your financial situation. At 11, I've arranged for a private healer to examine you." "A healer?" Harry interrupted. "I'm not sick." "Not for illness, Harry," Andromeda clarified. "Given Dumbledore's other manipulations, it seems prudent to check for any magical bindings or monitoring charms that might have been placed on you. It's standard procedure in cases of magical guardianship disputes." Harry felt a chill at the thought. Could Dumbledore have placed additional spells on him beyond the obvious? The idea wasn't as far-fetched as it might have seemed yesterday. After lunch, Andromeda continued, "We have a meeting with Lord Greengrass at a neutral location in Diagon Alley. He responded to my inquiry with remarkable speed, which suggests he's either already aware of the contract situation or has his own concerns about Dumbledore's activities. "And what about Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Term starts in just over a month. Given everything that's happened, I'm not sure." He trailed off, uncertain how to express his conflicted feelings about returning to the school. On one hand, Hogwarts had been his first real home, the place where he'd found friendship and belonging. On the other, it now represented years of manipulation and danger orchestrated by its headmaster. "That decision doesn't need to be made immediately," Andromeda assured him. "With McGonagall as acting headmistress, many changes will likely be implemented before term begins. You might find Hogwarts a very different place this year." "There's also the matter of Voldemort," Harry said quietly. Whatever Dumbledore's flaws, he was the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. With him sidelined, what happens to the fight against the Death Eaters? Andromeda's expression grew somber. "That is indeed the greater concern facing our world. The Order of the Phoenix was Dumbledore's creation, loyal primarily to him rather than to any institutional structure. Without his leadership, it may fracture or dissolve entirely." "And the prophecy?" Harry began, then hesitated. The prophecy was still a closely guarded secret, known to very few. "Ah," Andromeda said, understanding in her eyes. Sirius mentioned there might be a prophecy involved, though he didn't know its contents. "Am I correct in assuming it concerns you and the Dark Lord?" Harry nodded slowly. "It's why he targeted my family originally. It's why he's so determined to kill me now. According to the prophecy, neither can live while the other survives. I'm supposed to have power he knows not, whatever that means." Andromeda was quiet for a long moment, absorbing this revelation. "That explains much about Dumbledore's fixation on controlling your development," she finally said. "If he believed you were destined to confront Voldemort, he would want to shape you according to his own strategy. But now I'm on my own," Harry concluded. "Not on your own, Harry," Andromeda corrected firmly. "Different guidance, perhaps, but not abandonment. The prophecy speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not, but it doesn't specify what that power is or how you should cultivate it. Without Dumbledore's narrow vision directing your path, you may discover strengths he never allowed you to explore." The perspective was both terrifying and oddly liberating. Harry had spent years trying to live up to Dumbledore's expectations, seeking his approval, following his often cryptic guidance. The thought of charting his own course against Voldemort was daunting but also empowering. "The Potter Grimoire mentioned our family magic flows strongest through clear intention and righteous purpose," Harry said thoughtfully. "Maybe that's part of the power I need to develop. It would be consistent with what I know of ancient family magic," Andromeda agreed. "The Blacks have their own affinities, different from the Potters, certainly, but equally distinctive. Sirius could access forms of family magic that even Bellatrix, for all her raw power, could never master because his intentions remained fundamentally different from the darker Black traditions." She rose from her seat, smoothing her robes. "It's getting late, and we both have a demanding day ahead. I'll return in the morning before Gripclaw arrives." "Thank you," Harry said, standing as well. "For everything today. I'm still processing all of it, but having you and your family here, it helped." Andromeda's formal demeanor softened. "You remind me so much of Sirius at your age, thrust into responsibilities you didn't ask for, navigating family legacies both wonderful and terrible." She hesitated, then added, "I failed my cousin when he needed family most. I won't make the same mistake with you, Harry." After Andromeda departed via Floo, Harry made his way back to the heir's suite. The manor felt simultaneously strange and familiar, a home he'd never known yet one that recognized him at a magical level. As he prepared for bed in the luxurious bathroom adjoining his bedroom, he caught his reflection in the mirror and paused. The boy who stared back at him looked different somehow. The lightning scar and unruly hair were the same, but there was a new awareness in his green eyes, a subtle shift in his posture. Lord Potter, the head of an ancient and noble house. Not just an orphan, not just the boy who lived, but the inheritor of a legacy that stretched back through generations of magical innovation and principled courage. For the first time since Sirius's death, Harry felt something stir within him that wasn't grief or rage or confusion. It was purpose, not one thrust upon him by prophecy or Dumbledore's machinations, but a sense of direction emerging from his newly discovered heritage and the hard truths he'd faced today. As he slid between the sheets of the enormous four-poster bed that had awaited a Potter heir for 15 years, Harry found himself not dreading sleep and the nightmares it usually brought, but welcoming it as a chance to process everything he'd learned and prepare for whatever tomorrow might bring. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through windows that had been opened by house elves sometime during the night. For a disorienting moment, he couldn't remember where he was. The room was too large to be his dormitory at Hogwarts, too elegant to be his bedroom at Privet Drive. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back: Gringotts' letter, the Wisengamot hearing, Potter Manor, the family grimoire. He sat up, reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. As he put them on, he noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet had been placed beside them, along with a steaming cup of tea. The headline confirmed his expectations: Dumbledore accused of fraud and theft, boy who lived discovers illegal marriage contracts and missing Potter fortune. The article beneath was surprisingly accurate in its basic facts, though it indulged in typical prophet speculation about Harry's emotional state, devastated by the betrayal, and Dumbledore's motives, a calculated attempt to control the Potter legacy. Rita Skeeter's byline was prominent, of course, but the reporting seemed less sensationalistic than her usual style, perhaps because the unembellished truth was already sensational enough. A soft pop announced Henley's arrival. "Good morning, Master Harry. Breakfast is prepared whenever you are ready. Senior Account Manager Gripclaw will arrive at 9 o'clock, and Madame Tonks Fire called to say she will be here by 8:30. "Thank you, Henley," Harry replied, setting aside the newspaper. "Is there anything I should know about meeting with a senior account manager? I'm not familiar with goblin banking protocols." The elderly elf looked pleased at being consulted. "Goblins value directness and financial acumen, Master Harry. They appreciate clients who ask clear questions and make prompt decisions. It would be appropriate to offer refreshments but not a full meal, as business should be the focus of the meeting." Harry nodded, making mental notes. "And how should I dress? I don't exactly have a wardrobe here." "Master James's clothing has been preserved in stasis," Henley explained. "Much would fit you, though you are somewhat leaner than your father was at your age. The house elves have prepared several appropriate outfits for your consideration." Indeed, when Harry entered the dressing room adjoining his bedroom, he found several sets of robes laid out, along with more casual wizarding attire and even some Muggle-style clothing that must have belonged to his father. The thought of wearing James Potter's clothes brought an unexpected lump to his throat. He selected a set of dark blue robes with subtle silver embroidery that Henley informed him were appropriate for formal business meetings, then made his way downstairs to the breakfast room. Like dinner the previous night, breakfast at Potter Manor was a far cry from either the Great Hall's bustling communal meals or the Dursleys' grudging table scraps. A variety of dishes had been arranged on a sideboard, allowing him to serve himself whatever he preferred, and the morning edition of the Quibbler had been placed beside his plate alongside the Prophet. As he ate, Harry skimmed the Quibbler's coverage of the Dumbledore scandal. Luna's father had taken a characteristically unique angle: Dumbledore's secret plot to harvest Potter magic for Heliopath army exposed. "Marriage contracts were just the beginning," says anonymous source. Despite the absurd headline, the article beneath contained surprisingly incisive analysis of the political ramifications of Dumbledore's fall from grace, particularly regarding the power vacuum in the anti-Voldemort movement. Xenophilius Lovegood might believe in crumple-horned Snorkax, but his political instincts were sharper than the mainstream press gave him credit for. Harry had just finished eating when Andromeda arrived through the flue, dressed in formal business robes of slate gray with the Tonks family crest, a hybrid of black and Tonks elements, Harry noticed, embroidered subtly on the collar. "Good morning, Harry," she greeted him. "I see you found the papers. The news has spread faster than even I anticipated. It's more accurate than I expected, Harry admitted. Though Rita couldn't resist adding some dramatic flourishes. The Prophet's ownership is no friend to Dumbledore, Andromeda explained, accepting a cup of tea from a house elf. They're delighted to have legitimate reasons to attack him after he forced them to acknowledge Voldemort's return. The real question is how the international press will respond. Dumbledore's reputation extends far beyond Britain. She produced several letters from her pocket and handed them to Harry. These arrived at my home for you this morning. Your friends work quickly. Harry recognized Hermione's neat handwriting on one envelope, Ron's hasty scrawl on another, and Neville's careful script on the third. A fourth letter bore handwriting he didn't immediately recognize. The secure owls worked, he observed, breaking the seal on Hermione's letter first. As expected, Hermione's response was lengthy and meticulously organized. She expressed horror at Dumbledore's actions, offered detailed questions about the legal proceedings, and promised to research everything she could about magical contracts and guardianship law. The letter concluded with firm assurances of her friendship and support, regardless of any manipulations Dumbledore might have attempted. Ron's letter was briefer and more emotional. His shock and outrage came through clearly in his hurried writing, with several ink blots where he'd pressed too hard in his anger. He assured Harry that his family had known nothing about any marriage contract with Ginny and that his parents were absolutely furious about the whole situation. The Weasleys, Ron wrote, considered Harry family regardless of any legal documents, and nothing Dumbledore had done would change that. Neville's response showed the quiet strength Harry had come to appreciate in his friend over the past year. He expressed neither surprise nor disbelief at Dumbledore's manipulations, merely a calm determination to help Harry however he could. The revelation that their mothers had been close enough for Alice Longbottom to be named Harry's godmother clearly meant a great deal to him, and he suggested they might talk more about their parents when they next met. The fourth letter turned out to be from Luna, though how she'd known to send it to Andromeda's home wasn't clear. Her message was characteristically direct and oddly perceptive. Dear Harry, the Raxperts around Hogwarts will be much clearer now that their chief cultivator has been exposed. Father says power vacuums attract nargles, so you should wear your butterbeer cork necklace when dealing with the ministry. I've enclosed one just in case. Your manner sounds lovely. Old houses remember their families even when the families forget them. It's good you've gone home at last. Your friend, Luna. Sure enough, a butterbeer cork on a leather thong fell from the envelope. Harry smiled despite himself. Luna's strange perspective often contained unexpected wisdom, and her immediate acceptance of his situation without drama or excessive questioning was refreshing. Good news? Andromeda inquired, noting his expression. My friends are still my friends, Harry confirmed, tucking the letters away. Even with everything changing around us. True friendship endures transformation, Andromeda observed. Now, we should prepare for Gripclaw's arrival. Goblins value punctuality above all but gold. They moved to a formal sitting room that Henley had prepared for the meeting, with comfortable but elegant furniture arranged to facilitate business discussion. At precisely 9 o'clock, the flue activated, and Senior Account Manager Gripclaw stepped into the room. The goblin was older than Griphook, the first goblin Harry had met, but younger than Ragnarok. He wore an immaculate suit of dark green with gold accessories and carried a leather portfolio embossed with the Potter crest. Lord Potter, Gripclaw greeted him with a formal bow. Madam Tonks. May your vaults overflow and your enemies tremble before you. Senior Account Manager Gripclaw, Harry replied, recalling the proper form of address Andromeda had coached him on. May your gold multiply and your honor never tarnish. Thank you for coming to Potter Manor. The formalities observed, they took their seats. A house elf appeared with a tea service and small pastries, then discreetly vanished. Lord Potter, Gripclaw began, opening his portfolio, I have prepared a comprehensive overview of the Potter holdings as they currently stand, along with a detailed analysis of the transactions conducted by Albus Dumbledore during his tenure as your magical guardian. What followed was an education in wizarding finance unlike anything Harry had experienced. The Potter fortune, it seemed, was not merely the stack of gold Harry had seen in his trust vault, but a complex web of investments, properties, and business interests that spanned the magical world. Gripclaw explained how generations of Potters had built and maintained this wealth through strategic investments and magical innovations. Your great-grandfather, Henry Potter, established the modern foundation of Potter wealth through investments in magical transportation, Gripclaw explained. He was an early backer of the Nimbus Racing Broom Company and held patents on several components still used in broom manufacture today. Your grandfather, Fleamont Potter, multiplied this fortune tenfold with the creation of Sleekeasy's hair potion. I had no idea, Harry admitted. I've always thought of my trust vault as just money my parents left me. The trust vault contains a mere fraction of the Potter wealth, Lord Potter, Gripclaw said, looking mildly offended at the suggestion. It was established specifically for your education and basic needs until you came of age. The main Potter vaults contain not only gold but family heirlooms, magical artifacts, and investment portfolios worth approximately 60 million galleons at current market valuation. Harry nearly choked on his tea. 60 million? Before Dumbledore's interference, yes, the goblin confirmed grimly. Our audit indicates that approximately 12.3 million galleons worth of assets have been liquidated or redirected during his guardianship. Some can be traced to legitimate expenses for your upkeep and education, but the majority appears to have been channeled to various causes and individuals connected to Dumbledore personally. Gripclaw provided a detailed accounting of these transactions: donations to the International Confederation of Wizards during Dumbledore's tenure as Supreme Mugwump, funding for research projects conducted by his associates, stipends to certain Order of the Phoenix members, and payments to the Dursleys that Harry had certainly never benefited from. The Dursleys were paid? Harry asked incredulously. They always complained about the burden of raising me. Monthly transfers of 500 galleons, converted to Muggle currency, have been made to Vernon Dursley's bank account since November 1981, Gripclaw confirmed. The total sum over 15 years amounts to approximately 90,000 galleons. Harry felt a surge of anger at this revelation. All those years of hand-me-down clothes and meager meals while the Dursleys had been receiving what amounted to a generous salary for his care. Can those payments be recovered? Andromeda asked, her own expression hardening. Gringotts has already frozen the Dursleys' accounts and initiated recovery proceedings, Gripclaw assured them. However, much of the money has likely been spent. The most recent transfer occurred only last week and can certainly be reclaimed. The meeting continued for nearly 2 hours as Gripclaw outlined recovery strategies for the misappropriated Potter assets and proposed investment plans for the fortune going forward. Throughout the discussion, Harry found himself relying heavily on Andromeda's guidance, his lack of financial education becoming increasingly apparent. I recommend a complete restructuring of the Potter investment portfolio, Gripclaw concluded. With the wizarding world now acknowledging the Dark Lord's return and Dumbledore's fall from grace, certain markets are likely to experience significant volatility. Diversification into international magical communities and selective Muggle investments would provide greater stability. I trust your expertise, Gripclaw, Harry said, but I'll need time to understand these matters properly before making major decisions. Perhaps we could implement essential protections immediately while developing a more comprehensive strategy over the coming weeks? The goblin looked pleased at this response. A prudent approach, Lord Potter. Few wizards your age would resist the temptation to make sweeping changes without adequate understanding. With the financial matters provisionally addressed, Gripclaw turned to another aspect of his visit. There is also the matter of the Potter family artifacts removed from your vaults by Dumbledore. We have compiled an inventory based on the last complete audit conducted before your parents' deaths. The list was substantial: magical books and scrolls, enchanted jewelry, defensive artifacts, and most disturbingly, items specifically mentioned in Harry's parents' will as intended heirlooms for him to receive at various ages. The most significant item, Gripclaw noted, appears to be the Potter family pensieve, which contains ancestral memories dating back 7 generations. According to our records, Dumbledore removed it from the vault in December 1981, claiming it was necessary for your protection to review certain memories related to your parents' final days. He never returned it? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. No, Lord Potter. We believe it may be the same pensieve currently located in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, though proving provenance may be challenging without direct examination. Harry remembered the pensieve he'd seen in Dumbledore's office, the one he'd impulsively used to view Snape's memories during their disastrous occlumency lessons. Had that been his family's heirloom all along? Had the memories of his parents' generation been stored there, accessible to Dumbledore but kept from their rightful inheritor? We'll add the pensieve to the list of items to be recovered, Andromeda noted, making an entry in her own records. I'll coordinate with Minerva McGonagall as acting headmistress to secure its return. As Gripclaw prepared to depart, he presented Harry with a heavy gold signet ring bearing the Potter crest. Your lordship ring, Lord Potter. It traditionally remains in the family vault until the heir claims his title. It carries certain enchantments that will assist you in managing your estate and will be recognized as a sign of authority in formal wizarding settings. Harry accepted the ring, feeling its magic resonate with his own as he slipped it onto his right hand. It adjusted itself automatically to fit him perfectly, and he felt a warm pulse of energy travel up his arm, similar to what he'd experienced at the manor gates but more focused. The ring connects you to Potter family magic, Gripclaw explained. It will help you access certain enchantments tied to your bloodline and serves as a key to family properties and vaults. It also provides some protection against minor compulsion spells and potions, a common feature in lordship rings since the medieval period, when political poisonings were more fashionable. After Gripclaw's departure, Harry had barely an hour to absorb everything he'd learned before the healer Andromeda had arranged arrived. Healer Ainsley was a middle-aged witch with silver-streaked auburn hair and a no-nonsense demeanor that reminded Harry somewhat of Professor McGonagall. Lord Potter, she greeted him with a professional nod. I understand you require a comprehensive magical examination to identify any unauthorized spells, bindings, or enchantments that may have been placed on your person. Yes, Harry confirmed, feeling slightly nervous. Given recent discoveries about my magical guardian's actions, we're concerned there might be other manipulations. A reasonable precaution, Healer Ainsley agreed. I'll need you to remove your outer robes and any magical items you're wearing, except your lordship ring, which can't be removed now that it's accepted you. Harry complied, setting aside his wand and the butterbeer cork necklace Luna had sent, which he'd put on more out of amusement than belief in its protective properties. Healer Ainsley directed him to lie on a chaise longue that Henley had provided, then began a series of complex diagnostic spells, her wand moving in intricate patterns as she muttered incantations under her breath. The examination took nearly an hour, during which multicolored lights played over Harry's body, occasionally settling into patterns that Healer Ainsley recorded with a dictation quill. Her expression grew increasingly grave as the process continued. Well? Andromeda asked when the healer finally stepped back, reviewing her notes. I've identified multiple unauthorized magical influences, Ainsley said, her professional tone tinged with disapproval. Most concerning is a network of monitoring charms tied to Lord Potter's magical signature. These appear to have been in place since early childhood and would allow the caster, presumably Albus Dumbledore, to track Lord Potter's location, magical output, and even general emotional state. He's been monitoring me all this time? Harry asked, disturbed by the invasion of privacy. Indeed, though the charms have weakened over time. I also detect remnants of what appears to have been a magical binding placed during early childhood, a restriction on your magical core that would have limited your access to your full magical potential. A binding? Andromeda looked alarmed. That's highly illegal without parental consent and medical necessity. The binding has partially broken down on its own, Healer Ainsley clarified. Likely due to the natural magical growth during puberty and perhaps certain high-stress situations that forced your magic to push against the restrictions. Nevertheless, I estimate you're currently accessing only about 70% of your full magical potential. Harry thought of all the times his magic had seemed to surge in life-threatening situations, confronting Quirrell, driving away the Dementors, dueling Voldemort. Had those moments been his magic fighting against Dumbledore's binding? Can these influences be removed? He asked. Yes, though the process differs for each type of enchantment, the healer explained. The monitoring charms are relatively simple to dispel now that they've been identified. The binding remnants will require a purging ritual to fully clear your magical pathways. Healer Ainsley proceeded to remove the monitoring charms first, using a series of counterspells that left Harry feeling lighter somehow, as though a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had been lifted. The purging ritual for the binding remnants was more involved, requiring Harry to drink an unpleasant-tasting potion and then sit within a circle of runes while Ainsley chanted in what sounded like Gaelic. As the ritual progressed, Harry felt a growing warmth in his chest, spreading outward through his limbs. The sensation wasn't painful but intense, like muscle stretching after being confined too long. When the chanting reached its crescendo, there was a flash of golden light that seemed to emanate from within him, momentarily filling the room before subsiding. "There," Healer Ainsley said, looking satisfied. "Your magical core is now unrestricted. You may experience some instability for the next few days as your magic adjusts to its full capacity. I recommend practicing only basic spells initially and increasing complexity gradually." "I'm underage," Harry pointed out. "I can't practice magic outside of school without triggering the trace." Andromeda and Healer Ainsley exchanged knowing looks. "Lord Potter," Andromeda explained, "the trace is largely a legal fiction when it comes to those living in magical households. The Ministry can detect magic performed in your vicinity but cannot determine who cast it. In a magical dwelling like Potter Manor, with house elves and adult visitors, the trace is essentially meaningless." "Then why was I charged with underage magic when Dobby levitated that pudding at the Dursleys' house?" Harry asked, recalling the incident before his second year. "Because no other magical signatures were registered at that address," Andromeda explained. "The Ministry assumed you were the only magical being present. It's one of many systemic disadvantages facing Muggle-raised magical children. They're effectively prevented from practicing during holidays while their pure-blood peers can cast freely at home." This revelation added yet another layer to Harry's understanding of the inequities in the wizarding world. How many other Muggle-born students struggled at Hogwarts simply because they couldn't practice during breaks, while students like Malfoy continued their magical education year-round? In any case, Healer Ainsley continued, "As lord of an ancient and noble house who has claimed his title, you now have certain legal exemptions from underage restrictions. The lordship itself is considered a form of magical emancipation, though with limitations until you reach 17. After completing a few additional examinations, including a proper diagnostic of Harry's infamous scar, which she declared heavily saturated with dark magic but currently stable, Healer Ainsley provided Andromeda with a formal report of her findings for use in the legal proceedings against Dumbledore. The binding alone would constitute a serious crime, she noted as she prepared to leave. Restricting a child's magical development without medical cause is classified as magical child abuse under Wiesengemot Law of 1892. Combined with the monitoring charms and his other actions, Dumbledore faces significant legal jeopardy. Once the healer had departed, Harry took a moment to assess how he felt. The removal of the binding had left him with a strange combination of energy and exhaustion, as though his magic was simultaneously more accessible and more demanding of his attention. Even simple movements seemed to carry a hint of power that hadn't been there before. "Try casting a simple spell," Andromeda suggested, noting his experimental gestures. "Something basic, like Lumos." Harry retrieved his wand from where he'd set it aside during the examination. The moment his fingers closed around the familiar holly wood, he felt an immediate difference, a stronger resonance between his core and the wand, as though a barrier had indeed been removed. "Lumos," he said, expecting the usual gentle glow at the wand tip. Instead, the wand erupted with light so brilliant it temporarily blinded both of them. Harry hastily cancelled the spell, blinking away spots from his vision. "Well," Andromeda said, sounding impressed despite herself, "that confirms Healer Ainsley's diagnosis. You'll need to recalibrate your magical output for even the most basic spells." "It's like learning to control my magic all over again," Harry observed, remembering the accidental magic of his childhood. "In a sense, yes. But you have the advantage of experience and formal training now. The adjustment period should be relatively brief." She checked her watch. "We should prepare for our meeting with Lord Greengrass. After that display, I'm even more curious to hear his perspective on these marriage contracts." The Jade Dragon was an upscale wizarding restaurant in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, catering primarily to pure-blood clientele and foreign dignitaries visiting Gringotts. Its private dining rooms offered both physical privacy and magical security, making it an ideal location for sensitive business discussions. Harry and Andromeda arrived via a secure float connection directly from Potter Manor, bypassing the main alley where reporters might be lurking. They were escorted to a private room decorated in tasteful shades of green and gold, where a man in his early 50s was already waiting. Cygnus Greengrass rose as they entered. He was tall and distinguished-looking, with silver-streaked dark hair and the poised bearing of old money. His robes were expensive but understated, and his expression was carefully neutral as he assessed Harry. "Lord Potter," he greeted with a formal bow. "Madame Tonks. Thank you for arranging this meeting on such short notice." "Lord Greengrass," Harry replied, returning the bow with the precise depth Andromeda had coached him on, equal to Greengrass's own, signifying his status as the head of an ancient and noble house of comparable standing. "I appreciate your willingness to discuss this sensitive matter." They took their seats as a server silently poured tea and then disappeared, sealing the room's privacy wards behind her. For a moment, the three sat in contemplative silence, each waiting for another to initiate the uncomfortable conversation. "I should begin by stating unequivocally," Greengrass finally said, "that neither I nor any member of my family had knowledge of the fraudulent nature of the marriage contract bearing my daughter's name. Had I discovered such a document, with its unconscionable penalty clauses, I would have immediately brought it to the attention of both the Ministry and Gringotts." "I believe you, Lord Greengrass," Harry said honestly. "From what we've learned, Dumbledore went to extraordinary lengths to keep these contracts hidden from all parties involved." "Nevertheless," Greengrass continued, "I owe you an apology. The contract could not have been created without at least some preliminary discussions about potential alliances between our families. Several years ago, Dumbledore approached me in his capacity as your magical guardian, suggesting that a future connection between House Potter and House Greengrass might be beneficial to both lineages." "What exactly did he propose?" Andromeda asked. "Nothing so formal as a binding contract," Greengrass clarified. "Merely that I consider keeping options open regarding my eldest daughter's future marriage prospects. He spoke of your magical potential, Lord Potter, and your need for allies outside Dumbledore's direct influence. He positioned himself as concerned about your isolation among his Gryffindor faction and suggested that connections to neutral families like mine might provide you with broader perspectives." Harry considered this. It was a masterful approach, playing on Greengrass's political neutrality while appealing to both his ambition for advantageous family connections and his probable concern about Dumbledore's overwhelming influence on the boy who lived. "Did you agree to anything specific?" he asked. "I agreed only to not discourage a potential friendship between you and Daphne, should one naturally develop," Greengrass said with a wry smile. "Which, given your respective house affiliations and social circles, seemed unlikely enough that I considered it a polite non-commitment." "And yet he created a formal contract with severe penalties," Andromeda noted. "Precisely why I requested this meeting as soon as I received your letter," Greengrass confirmed. "The discrepancy between our actual conversation and the contract described in your message suggests a level of calculation I find deeply disturbing." He sipped his tea thoughtfully before continuing. "I've made inquiries among my contacts in the hours since your letter arrived. It appears Dumbledore had similar conversations with multiple families, always carefully tailored to appeal to their specific concerns or ambitions. With the Parkinsons, he emphasized political rehabilitation for a family with historical dark leanings. With the Delacours, international magical cooperation. Creating the appearance of legitimacy for contracts he never intended to fulfill, Harry concluded. Contracts designed specifically to fail, Greengrass agreed. I've reviewed the copy Gringotts provided of the purported agreement between our houses. The execution date would have coincided with my daughter's graduation from Hogwarts, the same year specified in several other contracts, according to my sources. Ensuring they would all come due simultaneously, Andromeda observed. With catastrophic consequences for Lord Potter's magic and fortune, Greengrass finished, his expression hardening. It was not merely theft Dumbledore was attempting, but the magical crippling of the last Potter. That suggests motives far darker than financial gain. The three fell silent, contemplating the implications. Harry had been struggling with this question since the contracts were discovered. Why would Dumbledore, with all his power and positions, go to such lengths to destroy a teenager under his protection? The prophecy, Harry said suddenly, the realization striking him with chilling clarity. Prophecy? Greengrass repeated, his eyebrows rising. Harry hesitated, then decided that partial honesty might yield valuable insights. There is a prophecy concerning Voldemort and me. It's why he targeted my family originally. Dumbledore has known its contents since before I was born. Greengrass didn't flinch at Voldemort's name, which Harry noted with approval. And this prophecy suggests you might have power the Dark Lord does not, he surmised astutely. Power that perhaps Dumbledore himself does not fully understand or control. Something like that, Harry acknowledged, impressed by Greengrass's perceptiveness. Then these contracts make a terrible kind of sense, Greengrass said slowly. If Dumbledore believed the prophecy but feared your potential, either as a rival to his own power or as an unpredictable element in his carefully orchestrated plans, he might seek to neutralize you while still maintaining you as a symbol. A magically bound Harry Potter, dependent on Dumbledore's guidance and resources, would serve his purposes far better than a fully empowered magical heir coming into his own strength. The assessment aligned with what Harry had been reluctantly concluding himself. Dumbledore had never intended for Harry to defeat Voldemort as an equal. He'd been shaping Harry as a tool, perhaps even as a sacrifice, in a grand strategy only Dumbledore fully understood. You should know, Harry said, deciding to share another piece of the puzzle, that Healer Ainsley discovered evidence of a magical binding placed on me as a child. It was restricting my access to my full magical potential until she removed it this morning. Greengrass looked genuinely shocked at this revelation. A binding? On a magical child with no medical need? That crosses a line even most dark families would hesitate to approach. It appears Dumbledore has been crossing lines regarding Lord Potter since the night his parents died, Andromeda said grimly. Greengrass studied Harry with new interest. If you've had your magic artificially constrained all these years, and have still managed the feats attributed to you, defeating the Dark Lord's various schemes, producing a corporeal Patronus at 13, surviving the Triwizard Tournament, then your true potential must be formidable indeed. I'm still adjusting to the difference, Harry admitted. Even simple spells feel different now. All the more reason for House Greengrass to affirm its neutrality in the broader conflict while extending friendship to House Potter specifically, Greengrass declared. I have no desire to be caught between Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, and a newly empowered Lord Potter discovering the full extent of his capabilities. The statement was refreshingly honest, neither a pledge of blind loyalty nor a dismissal of alliance. It acknowledged the political reality while offering a practical path forward. I appreciate your candor, Lord Greengrass, Harry said. And I'd welcome friendship between our houses. I've never had any quarrel with your daughter or your family. Daphne will be relieved to hear it, Greengrass said with a small smile. She was quite distressed when news of the contracts broke this morning. She feared you might hold her somehow responsible or suspect her of complicity. Not at all, Harry assured him. Please convey my regards and assure her I harbor no ill feelings. We've all been manipulated in this situation. The conversation turned to more practical matters then, the legal proceedings against Dumbledore, the broader political ramifications of his fall from grace, and the shifting alliances within Wizarding Britain. Throughout the discussion, Harry was struck by Greengrass's pragmatic analysis and clear-eyed assessment of the various factions now maneuvering for advantage. The Dark Lord's camp is certainly celebrating Dumbledore's disgrace, Greengrass noted, but they would be fools to underestimate the threat you represent, especially now that you're claiming your proper place in our society. The neutral families will be watching carefully to see how you position yourself in the coming weeks. I'm still figuring that out myself, Harry admitted. Until 2 days ago, I had no idea I was Lord Potter or what that entailed. Then may I offer some unsolicited advice? When Harry nodded, Greengrass continued, don't allow yourself to be rushed into declaring allegiances or taking public positions. You've been granted a rare opportunity to redefine yourself outside of both Dumbledore's shadow and the Ministry's narrative. Use this time to gather information, assess potential allies, and develop your own platform before committing to any particular faction. That's very Slytherin advice, Harry observed with a small smile. Indeed it is, Greengrass acknowledged, returning the smile. And perhaps it's time you considered that Slytherin strategies might serve your Gryffindor courage better than Dumbledore's manipulative version of the greater good. The Sorting Hat placed my daughter in Slytherin for her ability to navigate complex social and political landscapes while maintaining her core principles, a skill set that might complement your own considerable talents. As their meeting concluded and they prepared to depart, Greengrass extended a final offer. My wife and I would be pleased to host you at Greengrass Manor before the summer ends. A small gathering with a few select families could help you establish connections independent of both Dumbledore's circle and the Dark Lord's adherents. I'd like that, Harry said, finding that he meant it. The prospect of building his own network of relationships, based on mutual respect rather than manipulation or celebrity, was appealing. Please extend my thanks to Lady Greengrass for the invitation. After Greengrass departed, Harry and Andromeda remained briefly in the private room to discuss the meeting. That went better than I anticipated, Andromeda acknowledged. Cygnus Greengrass has a reputation for careful neutrality, but I've rarely seen him so forthcoming or willing to commit to even a limited alliance. He's hedging his bets, Harry observed. Making sure he's on good terms with me in case I somehow emerge as a significant power in this conflict. Yes, but there was genuine concern there as well. The binding on your magic disturbed him deeply, as it would any parent. Andromeda studied Harry thoughtfully. You handled yourself well, Harry. Your father would be proud of how you're navigating these political waters. The simple statement touched Harry more deeply than Andromeda likely realized. To be told he was doing something his father would be proud of, not just in Quidditch or bravery, but in the adult realm of political alliance building, felt like crossing an important threshold. As they prepared to return to Potter Manor, Harry's thoughts turned to what Greengrass had said about the neutral families watching to see how he would position himself. For years, he'd been a piece on Dumbledore's chessboard, moved according to plans he didn't understand. Now, for the first time, he had the opportunity to become a player in his own right. The question was, what kind of player did he want to be? The next several days at Potter Manor fell into a rhythm as Harry began properly claiming his heritage. Each morning started with Gripclaw or another Gringotts representative reviewing aspects of the Potter holdings and investments. Harry absorbed as much as he could, conscious of how much ground he needed to make up after years of being kept ignorant of his responsibilities. Afternoons were typically dedicated to magical practice as Harry learned to control his newly unbound power. Simple spells that had once required effort now came almost too easily, while more complex magic flowed with a natural grace he'd never experienced before. Working in the Manor's practice room, a space specifically designed for magical training, Harry gradually recalibrated his understanding of his own capabilities. Your casting has improved dramatically, Andromeda observed on the fourth day, after watching Harry perform a series of advanced defensive spells. Your control is catching up to your raw power. It feels different, Harry admitted, lowering his wand after successfully producing a shield charm strong enough to deflect Andromeda's barrage of minor hexes. Before, it was like pushing magic through a narrow tube. Now it's... I don't know, more like directing a river. That's a good analogy. The binding Dumbledore placed on you constrained your magical flow. Now you're experiencing your magic as it was meant to be. She paused thoughtfully. Have you considered how this might affect your education at Hogwarts? The standard curriculum may no longer provide sufficient challenge in certain areas. It was a question Harry had been pondering himself. His increased magical capacity, combined with his new understanding of Potter family magic, had already accelerated his mastery of defensive spells beyond Newt level. Yet in other areas, particularly potions and more academic subjects like ancient runes, he remained at or below his year level. I'm thinking about pursuing independent study in some subjects, he said. The Potter Library has resources I never had access to before, and now that I understand more about my family's magical affinities, I can focus on areas where I might excel naturally. A sound approach, Andromeda agreed. And it aligns with what Healer Ainsley suggested about developing your unique magical strengths rather than trying to conform to a standardized curriculum. The healer had returned twice since her initial examination, monitoring Harry's adjustment to his unbound magic and providing guidance on channeling his increased power constructively. Her most recent visit had included an intriguing observation about Harry's magical signature. Your core magic has a distinctive resonance, she had noted after performing a complex diagnostic spell. It's most responsive to protective intent and almost resistant to magic cast with malicious purpose. It's unusual to see such a clear alignment at your age. Most wizards don't develop such defined magical characteristics until their late 20s. This insight had prompted Harry to spend more time with the family grimoire, exploring the Potter magical traditions more deeply. He discovered that many of his ancestors had specialized in creating protective enchantments and devices, shields that grew stronger under attack, wards that adapted to evolving threats, even clothing with embedded defensive charms. One evening, as Harry was studying a particularly interesting section on Potter wand lore, a house elf appeared to announce the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Master Harry, Professor McGonagall is requesting entry through the flue. She says she has matters of importance to discuss regarding Hogwarts. Harry looked up in surprise. He hadn't heard from any Hogwarts staff since the revelations about Dumbledore, though he'd wondered how his former head of house was handling her sudden promotion to acting headmistress. Please show her in, Henley, he decided after a moment's consideration. And prepare tea in the blue sitting room. McGonagall arrived looking both familiar and somehow different. She wore her usual tartan-trimmed robes, but without the hat Harry had always associated with her strict classroom presence. Her hair, still pulled back in its severe bun, now featured a few more silver strands than he remembered. Mr. Potter, she greeted him, then corrected herself. Lord Potter, I should say, though it will take some getting used to. Professor McGonagall, he returned with genuine warmth. Despite everything, he had always respected her fairness and dedication to students. Or should I say headmistress? Acting headmistress, she specified as they sat in the comfortable chairs of the sitting room. A temporary appointment that has already provided more headaches than I anticipated. Harry studied her closely. There were new lines of stress around her eyes, and a weariness in her posture that hadn't been there at the end of term. It can't be easy, stepping in after everything that's happened. An understatement worthy of Albus himself, she said with a hint of her dry humor. The governors are in uproar, half the staff are in shock, and I've spent the past week uncovering more of Dumbledore's arrangements than I ever wanted to know existed. Including some related to me, I imagine, Harry prompted. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Which is largely why I'm here today. I owe you an apology, several, in fact. Professor, please, let me finish, she interrupted gently. I have been going through the headmaster's records regarding your placement with the Dursleys. I was there that night, as you may recall from Mr. Hagrid's occasional reminiscences. I objected to leaving you with those people. I watched them all day and found them to be, in my words at the time, the worst sort of muggles imaginable. She took a steadying breath. But I allowed Albus to overrule me. I trusted his judgment over my own observations. And in the years that followed, when you arrived at Hogwarts clearly undernourished and wearing clothes that might as well have been rags, I did not question the situation as thoroughly as I should have. Harry hadn't expected this level of candor from his typically reserved head of house. You couldn't have known. I could have and should have investigated, McGonagall corrected firmly. I was your head of house. Your welfare was my responsibility. Instead, I deferred to Albus whenever concerns arose, accepting his assurances that everything was as it should be for the greater good. She nearly spat the final phrase, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced as her emotion increased. And then there were the dangers you faced at Hogwarts itself, she continued. A possessed teacher, a basilisk, Dementors, the Triwizard Tournament. Each time, I accepted explanations that, in retrospect, were wholly inadequate. I failed in my duty to protect you, Mr. Potter, and for that, I am deeply sorry. The apology was clearly heartfelt, and Harry found himself unexpectedly moved by his professor's willingness to acknowledge her mistakes so directly. Thank you, Professor, he said quietly. I appreciate your honesty. But I don't blame you for trusting Dumbledore. We all did. Your generosity does you credit, but it doesn't absolve me of responsibility, McGonagall said, regaining some of her usual crispness. Which brings me to the second purpose of my visit. As acting headmistress, I am implementing significant changes at Hogwarts before the new term begins, and I would value your input on several matters that concern you directly. My input? Harry repeated, surprised. Yes, Mr. Potter. Given the revelations about Dumbledore's manipulation of your education and development, I believe you deserve a voice in decisions that will affect your final 2 years at Hogwarts, assuming, of course, that you choose to return. It was the question Harry had been pondering since discovering Potter Manor. Did he want to return to Hogwarts at all? The castle had been his first real home, the place where he'd found friendship and belonging. But it had also been the site of constant danger and manipulation, with Dumbledore orchestrating challenges and tests from behind the scenes. I haven't decided yet, he admitted. Part of me wants to continue at Hogwarts, especially with Dumbledore gone. But another part wonders if I might be better served by private tutoring, given everything that's happened and the adjustments I'm making to my unbound magic. McGonagall nodded, unsurprised. A reasonable consideration. However, before you make your decision, I'd like to outline some of the changes I'm implementing. She extracted a scroll from her robes and unfurled it on the table between them. First, a complete overhaul of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. The yearly change in professors has created dangerous gaps in students' knowledge, gaps that proved costly during the Department of Mysteries incident. Harry winced at the reminder of that disastrous night and Sirius's death. I've convinced Kingsley Shacklebolt to take a 1-year sabbatical from the Auror department to teach the subject, McGonagall continued. He'll be implementing a standardized curriculum developed in consultation with both the Auror Academy and international defense experts. That's actually brilliant, Harry acknowledged, genuinely impressed. Kingsley was both competent and fair, exactly what the position needed. Additionally, I'm reinstating the defense club you led last year, officially this time, with proper supervision but substantial student leadership. Your experience would be invaluable, should you choose to participate. The idea of continuing the DA as an official club was appealing. Harry had enjoyed teaching his fellow students, and many had made remarkable progress under his guidance. Second, McGonagall continued, I'm implementing an independent study option for 6th and 7th years who demonstrate exceptional ability in particular subjects. This would allow students to pursue advanced work beyond the standard curriculum, under the guidance of appropriate staff or even qualified outside experts. Like a magical university approach? Harry asked, intrigued. Precisely. Hogwarts has long neglected our more capable students by forcing everyone into the same educational mold. This change would allow students like yourself, Miss Granger, and others to develop their unique talents more fully. As McGonagall outlined additional changes, including a comprehensive review of house dynamics, enhanced security measures, and a more transparent disciplinary system, Harry found himself increasingly drawn to the vision of a reformed Hogwarts. This was the school Hogwarts could have been all along if not for Dumbledore's manipulation and the Ministry's interference. These changes sound promising, he acknowledged when she had finished. But what happens when Dumbledore's case is resolved? If he's somehow exonerated, would he return as headmaster and reverse everything? McGonagall's expression hardened. The Board of Governors has already voted to permanently remove Albus as headmaster, regardless of the outcome of his criminal case. The evidence of his mismanagement of the school, separate from his personal legal troubles, was simply too substantial to ignore once they began looking closely. So these changes will continue even if you don't remain as headmistress? Harry pressed. Yes. I've insisted that any permanent appointment to the position be contractually bound to maintain the reforms for a minimum of 5 years. McGonagall's lips thinned. I have no desire to remain headmistress permanently, Mr. Potter. My preference is to return to teaching Transfiguration and serving as Gryffindor's head of house, where I believe I can be most effective. Harry nodded, respecting her self-awareness. Have the governors selected a permanent replacement yet? They're considering several candidates, including Phileas Flitwick and, surprisingly, Amelia Bones, who may be willing to transition from the DMLE if certain conditions are met. McGonagall hesitated before adding, there has also been some suggestion of approaching your new guardian, Andromeda Tonks, given her educational background and legal expertise. Andromeda? Harry hadn't known she had a background in education. Before her marriage, she was being groomed for a position in the Department of Magical Education, McGonagall explained. She completed a mastery in educational theory before her family disowned her for marrying Ted Tonks. This was news to Harry, who made a mental note to ask Andromeda about this hidden aspect of her past. The idea of having his guardian as headmistress was both strange and potentially advantageous. There's one more matter I wished to discuss, McGonagall said, her tone becoming more cautious. I've been reviewing Professor Snape's position at Hogwarts. Harry tensed involuntarily at the mention of the potions master. His relationship with Snape had reached a new low following the disastrous occlumency lessons and the Department of Mysteries fiasco. I understand there is significant history between you and Severus, McGonagall acknowledged. However, I've recently learned some disturbing information about Dumbledore's role in perpetuating that conflict. What do you mean? McGonagall sighed deeply. It appears Albus deliberately maintained the animosity between you as part of his larger strategy. He encouraged Severus to focus on your resemblance to James rather than your mother's qualities, while simultaneously preventing any resolution of your differences that might have led to a more productive relationship. Why would he do that? Harry asked, though he could already guess the answer. Control, Mr. Potter. The same reason he appears to have done everything else. McGonagall's expression was grim. By keeping you and Severus at odds, he ensured neither of you would share certain information or perspectives that might have undermined his plans. It was, frankly, a masterful manipulation of both your vulnerabilities. Harry considered this, reluctantly acknowledging its plausibility. Dumbledore had always seemed oddly passive about Snape's treatment of him, offering platitudes about bygones rather than meaningful intervention. I'm not suggesting you and Severus will ever be friends, McGonagall clarified. But I am asking you to consider the possibility that, like many others, he has been a pawn in Albus's grand game, albeit a more willing one than most. What exactly are you asking of me, Professor? Harry questioned directly. Nothing specific at this time, she replied. Merely that you keep an open mind regarding Severus's future actions. He has been significantly affected by these revelations, particularly those concerning your mother. The mention of his mother caught Harry's attention. What about my mother? McGonagall hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. That is not my story to tell, Mr. Potter. But I will say that Severus and Lily were close friends long before Hogwarts, and the circumstances that ended that friendship have been a source of profound regret for him ever since. This aligned with fragments Harry had glimpsed in the pensieve during his occlumency lessons, but it was still startling to hear it confirmed so directly. Snape and his mother had been friends? Close friends, even? How had that critical piece of information been kept from him all these years? I'll consider what you've said, Harry finally offered, not willing to commit to more where Snape was concerned. That is all I ask, McGonagall said, seeming satisfied with this minimal concession. She checked the delicate watch pinned to her robes. I should return to Hogwarts. The governors are meeting again this evening to discuss the budget implications of our proposed changes. As they rose, McGonagall glanced around the sitting room with approval. Potter Manor suits you, Mr. Potter. Your grandparents would be pleased to see it occupied again. Fleamont and Euphemia were wonderful people, they hosted the order here several times during the First War. You knew my grandparents? Harry asked eagerly. Quite well. Euphemia was particularly kind to me when I joined the Hogwarts staff as a young teacher. She had a gift for making people feel welcome that your father inherited. McGonagall's expression softened with memory. Perhaps on my next visit, we might have time for me to share some stories about them. I'd like that very much, Harry said sincerely. After McGonagall's departure, Harry found himself with much to consider. The prospect of returning to a reformed Hogwarts was far more appealing than he had anticipated. The opportunity to continue the DA officially, pursue independent study in areas of personal interest, and contribute to reshaping the school culture offered a purpose beyond merely completing his education. He made his way to the Manor's library, intending to consult the family grimoire again regarding Potter traditions of education. As he entered the book-lined room, he found Andromeda already there, reviewing legal documents at one of the reading tables. Minerva's visit went well, she inquired, looking up from her work. Better than expected, Harry confirmed, dropping into the chair across from her. She apologized for not doing more to question my situation with the Dursleys and outlined some impressive changes she's implementing at Hogwarts. Minerva has always been more formidable than her loyalty to Albus allowed her to demonstrate, Andromeda observed. Given proper authority, she may surprise many with her effectiveness. She mentioned you were being considered as a potential permanent headmistress, Harry said, watching her reaction closely. Andromeda's eyebrows rose. Did she? That's unexpected. I haven't been approached directly. She said you have a background in educational theory? A lifetime ago, Andromeda acknowledged with a small smile. Before I chose love over family expectations and a carefully planned career path. It's not a subject I've revisited in many years. Would you consider it? Harry asked. If they offered you the position? Andromeda considered the question seriously. It would depend on many factors, not least the terms offered and the degree of autonomy granted by the governors. Hogwarts needs fundamental reform, not just cosmetic changes to appease public concern about Dumbledore's leadership. She studied Harry thoughtfully. Are you leaning toward returning, then? I think so, he admitted. Especially if the changes McGonagall described are implemented. The independent study option is particularly appealing given my current situation with my magic. A reasonable decision, Andromeda approved. Potter Manor will remain your home, of course. The Floo can be connected to my office if I'm appointed, or to a secure location within the castle regardless. The casual confirmation that Potter Manor would remain his home, that he would never have to return to Privet Drive, still gave Harry a warm feeling of security he was slowly getting accustomed to. "There's something else McGonagall mentioned that I wanted to ask you about," he said, shifting topics. She suggested that Dumbledore deliberately maintained the animosity between Snape and me as part of his larger strategy of control. "That would be consistent with his other manipulations," Andromeda noted. "Albus excelled at identifying and exploiting emotional vulnerabilities. Severus's complicated history with your parents would have provided fertile ground for such manipulation." She also implied that Snape and my mother were close friends before Hogwarts. "Is that true?" Andromeda paused, considering her response carefully. "Yes, though it's not widely known. They grew up in the same Muggle neighborhood and discovered magic together as children. Their friendship continued at Hogwarts despite being sorted into rival houses, until certain events in their 5th year caused an irreparable rift." "What events?" Harry pressed, hungry for any information about his mother's life. "That, I think, is something you should hear from Severus himself, if he's willing to share it," Andromeda said gently. "It's a painful chapter in both their lives, and not my story to tell." Harry nodded reluctantly, accepting the boundary. "Do you think Snape might actually be willing to talk to me about her? He's never shown any inclination to before." With Dumbledore's influence removed and his own role in the larger manipulation exposed, Severus may be reassessing many aspects of his past behavior, Andromeda suggested. "I wouldn't expect immediate transformation, but gradual change might be possible." The conversation shifted to other matters related to Harry's education and the ongoing legal proceedings against Dumbledore. The preliminary hearing for the criminal case was scheduled for the following week, with the civil lawsuit proceeding on a parallel track. Dumbledore had retained Lamus Eldritch, a prominent wizarding barrister known for defending high-profile clients, but even Eldritch had publicly acknowledged the challenging nature of the evidence against his client. The marriage contracts alone would be damning, Andromeda explained, but combined with the evidence of financial misconduct, the illegal binding of your magic, and the violation of your parents' will, Dumbledore faces an uphill battle even with the best legal representation. "Has he made any public statement beyond the initial denial at the Wizengamot session?" Harry asked. "Only through his solicitor, who has characterized the situation as a tragic misunderstanding born of wartime necessity. The Daily Prophet, however, has been less restrained in its coverage." She handed Harry the latest edition, which featured yet another front-page story about the scandal. Dumbledore's downfall, decade-long deception. Detailed special investigation reveals pattern of manipulation extending beyond Potter case. The article detailed how the investigation into Dumbledore's handling of Harry's guardianship had uncovered evidence of similar, if less extreme, manipulations involving other students and their families over Dumbledore's long career as an educator. "The dam has broken," Andromeda observed. "People who previously feared speaking against Albus Dumbledore now see an opportunity to share their own grievances, real or imagined." "How much of this is true?" Harry asked, scanning accusations ranging from curriculum manipulation to deliberate suppression of certain branches of magic. "Some contains kernels of truth, some is likely exaggerated, and some is probably pure fabrication," Andromeda assessed. "The more significant point is that Dumbledore's carefully constructed public image is unraveling rapidly. Whether he's ultimately convicted of all charges or not, his days as the revered leader of light magic in Britain are over." Harry considered the implications. "Creating a power vacuum that Voldemort will try to fill." "Precisely," Andromeda confirmed soberly. "Which is why your next moves are so critical, Harry. Like it or not, many in our world are looking to you as a potential counterbalance to the Dark Lord's growing influence. How you position yourself in the coming weeks may shape the direction of this conflict as much as any legal verdict against Dumbledore." The weight of that responsibility settled on Harry's shoulders, not as an unfamiliar burden, but as a clearer obligation than Dumbledore had ever articulated. Not a prophecy interpreted through another's agenda, but a straightforward reality. People would look to him for leadership in the fight against Voldemort, whether he sought that role or not. "Then I'd better make sure I'm prepared," he said with new determination. "Starting with understanding exactly what it means to be Lord Potter, beyond just the title and the vault full of gold." Andromeda smiled approvingly. A wise place to begin. The Potter legacy includes far more than material wealth. It encompasses political alliances, magical innovations, and ethical traditions that have shaped our society for generations. Understanding that heritage will help you determine how best to honor it while forging your own path forward. As they moved to the grimoire's pedestal to continue Harry's education in his family history, he felt a growing sense of purpose. 2 weeks ago, he had been a grieving, isolated teenager, trapped in a house where he wasn't wanted, mourning his godfather and dreading another year of Dumbledore's cryptic guidance and Voldemort's attacks. Now, he stood in his ancestral home as Lord Potter, his magic unbound, his heritage accessible, surrounded by allies who respected his autonomy rather than manipulating it. The path ahead remained dangerous and uncertain, but for the first time, Harry felt he was walking it on his own terms rather than following a route predestined by others. The revelation of Dumbledore's betrayal had been devastating, but from that wreckage, something new and potentially stronger was emerging. Harry Potter not as the boy who lived or Dumbledore's protégé, but as his own person, claiming his rightful place in the wizarding world and preparing to face its challenges with clear eyes and uncompromised magic. Chapter 3, The Judgment. The morning of Dumbledore's criminal trial dawned with an unusual atmospheric tension that seemed fitting for the day's proceedings. A summer storm front had moved over magical Britain overnight, bringing with it low-hanging clouds that occasionally flickered with distant lightning. The prophet's weather, which had declared it the most magically charged natural storm in decades, causing speculation about whether the ambient magic was responding to the impending judgment of one of the era's most powerful wizards. Harry stood at the window of his bedroom at Potter Manor, watching raindrops trace patterns down the glass as he adjusted the formal robes Andromeda had selected for the occasion. These weren't the standard Wizengamot witness robes he'd worn for the preliminary hearing, but the full ceremonial attire of the lord of an ancient and noble house, deep burgundy with gold embroidery depicting the Potter family crest and magical history. The Potter lordship ring gleamed on his right hand, no longer feeling foreign but now a natural extension of his magic. "The storm seems appropriate," came Andromeda's voice from the doorway. She too was formally dressed in the modified black family colors she'd adopted after reconciling her birth heritage with her chosen path. "Nature itself acknowledges that today is no ordinary day. Do you think he'll actually be convicted?" Harry asked, turning from the window. The question had preoccupied him increasingly as the trial date approached. "The evidence is overwhelming," Andromeda replied, her expression carefully neutral. "But Dumbledore has spent a century cultivating allies, hiding contingencies, and building his reputation. Even now, there are those who believe he must have had good reasons for his actions, that the greater good justifies any transgression." "And what do you think?" "I think," she said with measured precision, "that today will determine whether magical Britain truly believes in justice, or merely in power wearing justice's robes." The past 3 weeks since the preliminary hearing had been a whirlwind of preparation. Harry had continued his intensive education in both Potter family magic and wizarding politics, while Andromeda had coordinated with Gringotts and the DMLE to build an ironclad case against Dumbledore. The 15 fraudulent marriage contracts had proven to be just the beginning of a sprawling web of manipulations that extended far beyond Harry's personal situation. "Director Ragnarok confirmed he'll meet us at the ministry?" Harry asked, adjusting the ceremonial dagger at his waist, another Potter heirloom that tradition dictated he wear for formal Wizengamot proceedings. "Yes, along with the representatives from the affected families," Andromeda confirmed. "Lord Greengrass has been particularly helpful in coordinating their joint statement." The Greengrass family had indeed become unexpected allies in the weeks following Harry's initial meeting with Lord Cygnus. True to his word, Greengrass had hosted a small gathering at his family estate, introducing Harry to a carefully selected group of neutral families who were neither aligned with Dumbledore nor sympathetic to Voldemort's cause. The connections formed that evening had already proven valuable, providing Harry with perspectives outside the limited worldview Dumbledore had cultivated around him. More surprising had been his tentative friendship with Daphne Greengrass herself. Their initial awkward conversation about the fraudulent contract had given way to a frank discussion about house rivalries and the manipulation they'd both experienced, albeit in different ways. Harry had found her Slytherin insight into Hogwarts politics illuminating, while she seemed genuinely interested in his experiences beyond the public narrative. They'd begun corresponding regularly, with Daphne offering candid assessments of various pure-blood families' likely reactions to the upcoming trial. "It's time," Andromeda noted, checking her watch. "The others will be gathering in the entrance hall." Harry took a final glance in the mirror, hardly recognizing the composed young lord who looked back at him. The past month had transformed him not just magically but physically. Regular meals at Potter Manor, combined with a training regimen suggested by healer Ainsley to help stabilize his unbound magic, had added muscle to his frame. He stood straighter, moved with more confidence, and most noticeably, projected an aura of contained power that even he could perceive. Downstairs, an impressive group had assembled for the journey to the Ministry. Neville Longbottom, now officially representing House Longbottom after his grandmother had accelerated his inheritance in response to the revelations about Dumbledore, stood in formal robes of forest green. Beside him, Luna Lovegood wore uncharacteristically subdued attire, though she had maintained her individuality with radish earrings that somehow complemented her formal ensemble. Ron and Hermione had arrived together, both looking nervous but determined. Ron's family had been devastated by the discovery of the fraudulent marriage contract with Ginny. Arthur Weasley had launched his own investigation into when and how Dumbledore might have obtained the necessary elements of his daughter's magical signature, while Molly had been so distraught that she'd required calming drafts for several days. Today, they would be seated in the family section of the courtroom, not as witnesses but as concerned parents whose trust had been violated. "Ready, mate?" Ron asked as Harry descended the stairs. His eyes widened slightly at Harry's formal appearance. "Blimey, you look like something out of a historical painting." "Lord Potter," Neville greeted with a formal bow that somehow managed to convey both proper respect and friendly acknowledgement. The once timid boy had shown remarkable growth since embracing his own family heritage, displaying a quiet confidence that complemented his natural kindness. "The Raxperts have completely abandoned you," Luna observed with approval. "Your mind is wonderfully clear today, Harry. The judgment will reflect that clarity." "Thank you, Luna," Harry replied, having learned to appreciate her unique perceptions. "I hope you're right. The Ministry has arranged secure transportation," Andromeda informed the group. "Given the significance of today's proceedings, we'll be arriving through the DMLE's private entrance rather than the main atrium." This was a practical necessity as much as a courtesy. The Daily Prophet had been running front-page coverage of the upcoming trial for weeks, and crowds had been gathering outside the Ministry since dawn. Rita Skeeter's latest article had featured speculation about Harry's testimony and its potential impact, complete with dramatic quotes allegedly from sources close to the boy who lived. The fact that most of these quotes were surprisingly accurate had led Harry to suspect that some Order members were selectively leaking information, though whether to help or hinder his case remained unclear. "Has there been any word about Dumbledore's strategy?" Hermione asked as they moved toward the special portkey Madame Bones had sent. The prophet suggested he might claim all his actions were necessary to prepare Harry for some prophesied role. "A dangerous approach if true," Andromeda commented. Publicly acknowledging a prophecy involving Harry and Voldemort would only intensify the scrutiny of his actions. If he admits he knew Harry was destined to face such danger, yet still bound his magic and isolated him from his heritage, it strengthens rather than weakens the prosecution's case. The portkey, a length of heavy golden chain, activated precisely on schedule, whisking the group away from the manor and depositing them in a secure chamber within the Ministry. Aurors in formal uniform stood at attention, with Kingsley Shacklebolt stepping forward to greet them. "Lord Potter, Madame Tonks, honored guests," he acknowledged with his deep, reassuring voice. "Madame Bones asked me to escort you to the pre-trial chamber. The other witnesses are already assembled." "Thank you, Auror Shacklebolt," Harry replied formally, then added more personally, "and congratulations on your Hogwarts appointment." Professor McGonagall made an excellent choice. Kind of you to say, Kingsley replied with a small smile. Though I suspect I'll be seeking your advice on the defense curriculum before term begins. Your practical experience exceeds the textbook in several critical areas. As they made their way through the ministry's restricted corridors, Harry was struck by the heightened security. Aurors stood at regular intervals, and additional wards shimmered visibly at key junctions, evidence of the day's significance and perhaps concern about potential disruption from Voldemort's supporters. The Dark Lord had been unusually quiet since Dumbledore's fall from grace, likely observing the situation before determining how best to exploit it. The pre-trial chamber was an elegant room adjacent to Courtroom 1, the largest and most formal of the Wisengamot's judicial spaces. As Kingsley had indicated, other witnesses were already present, including Director Ragnarok and 2 additional goblins from Gringotts, Healer Ainsley, and representatives from several families named in the fraudulent contracts. Lord Potter, Ragnarok greeted, approaching with the formal stride that indicated official business. The nation extends its respect on this day of reckoning. Director Ragnarok, Harry returned with the proper bow. May justice flow like gold into deserving hands. The goblin's sharp teeth flashed in approval at Harry's use of traditional goblin phrasing. Their relationship had evolved significantly since their first meeting, with Ragnarok personally overseeing the audit of the Potter accounts and the recovery of misappropriated assets. The director's involvement in what would typically be considered a mere wizard matter signaled the importance Gringotts attached to the case, both as a matter of financial regulation and as a statement about goblin-wizard relations going forward. Lord Potter, came another voice, and Harry turned to find Cygnus Greengrass approaching, accompanied by his daughter Daphne. The neutral families have submitted our joint statement to the Wisengamot as planned. Thank you, Lord Greengrass, Harry acknowledged. Your coordination has been invaluable. Daphne offered a formal curtsy, though her eyes held the hint of humor that Harry had come to recognize in their correspondence. Lord Potter. Your prediction about Dumbledore's defense strategy appears to be accurate. My father's contacts report that his legal team plans to present him as a misunderstood visionary whose methods, while unorthodox, were ultimately in service to defeating a greater evil. Predictable, Harry commented. He's counting on his reputation to override the evidence. A calculation that might have succeeded a month ago, Cygnus noted. But public opinion has shifted dramatically as the full extent of his manipulations has come to light. Even former supporters are distancing themselves, particularly after the revelation about the magical binding. The binding of Harry's magic had indeed proved to be the tipping point for many who might otherwise have remained loyal to Dumbledore. While political maneuvering could be excused as necessary in wartime, and even financial impropriety might be rationalized as funding the fight against darkness, the deliberate constraint of a child's magical development crossed a line that even traditional Dumbledore allies couldn't defend. It's time, announced Madame Bones, entering the chamber in her formal Wisengamot robes as head of the DMLE. Lord Potter, as the primary victim and witness, you'll be seated in the central testimony area. The others will be guided to the witness section as needed. Her eyes moved over the assembled group. This trial has attracted international attention beyond anything we anticipated. Representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards, the European Magical Court, and even the American Magical Congress are present as observers. The world watches to see if Britain's justice extends to its most powerful wizard, Andromeda observed. Indeed, Bones agreed grimly. No pressure. The massive doors to Courtroom 1 swung open, revealing a circular chamber far grander than the one used for the preliminary hearing. Tiered seating rose in a complete amphitheater arrangement, with designated sections for the Wisengamot members, international observers, press, witnesses, and public attendees. At the center was not a chair but a raised platform surrounded by a circular channel in which swirled a silvery substance similar to but distinct from the truth reflection pool Harry had seen previously. Judgment essence, Andromeda murmured, noting Harry's curious glance at the channel. More potent than the reflection pool. It doesn't merely ripple at falsehoods, it actively reveals the speaker's intent and the consequences of their actions. Very rarely used, and only in cases of exceptional gravity. The courtroom was already filled to capacity, with wizards and witches in various national and ceremonial robes creating a tapestry of color throughout the tiered seating. The press section overflowed with reporters, Rita Skeeter's acid green quill visible even from a distance as it danced across her notepad. In the public gallery, Harry spotted familiar faces, Order members, Hogwarts teachers, and even some of his fellow students who had managed to secure the coveted seats. A hush fell as Harry walked to his designated place, the formal Potter robes and lordship ring drawing all eyes. He felt the weight of countless gazes but found it didn't unnerve him as it once might have. The weeks of preparation, combined with his growing comfort in his heritage and unbounded magic, had given him a centeredness that external attention couldn't easily disturb. Once all parties were seated, a gong sounded, its deep resonance vibrating through the chamber. From a door opposite Harry's entrance came Albus Dumbledore, flanked by his legal team. The former headmaster wore simple robes of midnight blue rather than his usual flamboyant attire, a calculated choice, Harry suspected, to present himself as a humble servant of the greater good rather than an ostentatious figure of power. Despite this attempt at visual modesty, Dumbledore's magic remained unmistakable. It radiated from him in controlled waves that Harry could now perceive with his enhanced magical sensitivity. Yet there was something different about it, a subtle constraint that hadn't been present before, as though the very chamber itself was moderating his power. Magic dampening wards, Andromeda confirmed quietly from her position nearby. Standard procedure for trials involving exceptionally powerful wizards. They prevent magical intimidation or accidental discharge during emotionally charged testimony. The chief warlock, Tiberius Ogden, who had been appointed to the position following Dumbledore's removal, called the proceedings to order. His voice, magically amplified, echoed through the chamber. Wizengamot Criminal Trial, August 16, 1996. The case of Magical Britain vs. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Charges include magical fraud, breach of guardianship duty, financial malfeasance, child endangerment, illegal binding of a minor's magic, and willful contravention of a lawful will. He paused, allowing the serious nature of the charges to resonate. As these proceedings involve matters of grave national importance, the full Wizengamot sits in judgment, with international observers present by invitation. Ogden turned to the prosecution table. Madam Bones, you may present your opening statement. Amelia Bones rose, her monocle glinting in the courtroom light. Members of the Wizengamot, honored observers, magical citizens of Britain. The case before you today is unprecedented in modern wizarding jurisprudence, not because the crimes alleged are particularly novel, but because the accused has held himself above such scrutiny for so long that his very immunity from question became accepted as natural law. Her voice carried perfectly without magical amplification, the result of decades addressing the Wizengamot. The evidence will show that Albus Dumbledore, upon the deaths of James and Lily Potter, systematically violated the terms of their will, appointed himself as magical guardian to their orphaned son while simultaneously placing that child with Muggle relatives explicitly prohibited from custody, and then proceeded to construct an elaborate web of manipulations designed to control Harry Potter's development, access to his heritage, and ultimately his very magic. Bones proceeded to outline the case the prosecution would present, methodically connecting each charge to specific evidence, witnesses, and legal precedents. She was careful to acknowledge Dumbledore's historical contributions while emphasizing that past service did not exempt anyone from accountability for present actions. This case is not about erasing Albus Dumbledore's achievements or denying his role in our history, she concluded. It is about affirming that in magical Britain, no one, not even the defeater of Grindelwald, not even the longtime chief warlock, not even the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, stands above our laws. The moment we declare any wizard too important for justice is the moment we surrender the very foundation of our society. When Bones returned to her seat, Dumbledore's lead barrister, Lamus Eldritch, rose to present the defense's opening statement. Eldritch was a tall, austere wizard with a reputation for both brilliant legal strategy and ruthless cross-examination. Honored members of the Wiesengemot, he began, his voice silky with practiced persuasion. We come before you today in the midst of a tragic misunderstanding of historic proportions. My client, Albus Dumbledore, has dedicated over a century of his life to the betterment of magical society, the education of our youth, and most critically, the protection of our world from the darkest threats of 2 generations. Eldritch gestured expansively, encompassing the entire chamber in his rhetorical sweep. The actions characterized by the prosecution as manipulation and control were in fact necessary safeguards implemented during the chaotic aftermath of the First Wizarding War and maintained through the growing shadows of the Second. My client acted not from personal ambition or financial motive, but from the heavy burden of knowledge of prophecies, of dark magic, and of the extraordinary destiny that awaited young Harry Potter. Harry maintained his composed expression despite the surge of anger he felt at this framing. The burden of knowledge had been Dumbledore's justification for countless questionable decisions over the years, always implying he knew best, always suggesting others couldn't be trusted with the full truth. We will demonstrate, Eldritch continued, that each decision made regarding Lord Potter's upbringing, education, and financial affairs was guided by a singular purpose: to prepare him for the role he alone must play in the current conflict. Were some of these methods unorthodox? Perhaps. Did they sometimes require painful choices and personal sacrifices? Undoubtedly. But were they, as the prosecution claims, illegal and malicious? Absolutely not. The defense's opening statement concluded with an appeal to historical perspective and the complexities of wartime leadership. Before passing judgment, Eldritch urged, consider what you would have done, faced with the same terrible knowledge and awesome responsibility that has been Albus Dumbledore's burden for decades. Consider whether perfect adherence to administrative procedures and financial protocols should outweigh the imperative to prepare our world, and yes, to prepare Harry Potter, for the darkness that has already returned to our shores. With the opening statements completed, the trial moved to the presentation of evidence. Madame Bones began with the most straightforward charges, the violations of James and Lily Potter's will. The document itself was displayed magically above the central platform, key passages highlighted as they were discussed. The will explicitly states, Bones emphasized, that under no circumstances was Harry Potter to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. It provides a clear list of alternative guardians, including Sirius Black as godfather, Alice Longbottom as godmother, Remus Lupin, Minerva McGonagall, and even Andromeda Tonks, who had been a friend of Lily Potter during their Hogwarts years. Witness testimony followed, with Gringotts representatives confirming that Dumbledore had used his authority as chief warlock to seal the will immediately following the Potters' deaths, preventing its provisions from being executed. Andromeda testified about her friendship with Lily and her surprise at never being contacted regarding Harry's welfare, while McGonagall described her objections to Harry's placement with the Dursleys and Dumbledore's insistence that blood protection overrode all other considerations. The financial charges came next, with Director Ragnarok personally presenting the Gringotts audit findings. The Goblin's testimony was damning in its precision, exact amounts, specific dates, and documented transfers, creating an unmistakable pattern of systematic diversion of Potter assets. Particularly effective was the revelation that monthly payments to the Dursleys had continued uninterrupted even during periods when Harry was at Hogwarts or staying with the Weasleys, undermining the defense's claim that all withdrawals were for Harry's care and protection. Throughout the morning testimony, Dumbledore remained impassive, occasionally conferring quietly with his legal team but otherwise projecting an air of serene acceptance. Only once, when Ragnarok detailed how certain Potter family heirlooms had been removed from the vaults and never returned, did a flicker of discomfort cross his features. As the lunch recess approached, Madame Bones introduced what many considered the most serious charge, the magical binding placed on Harry as a child. Healer Ainsley took the stand, presenting her diagnostic findings with the clinical precision that made her testimony particularly powerful. The binding was not a medical intervention, she testified, her professional demeanor lending weight to her words. Lord Potter exhibited no signs of dangerous magical instability that would justify such a measure. The constraint was applied systematically to limit his access to his magical core, inhibiting his natural development and preventing him from reaching his full magical potential. And in your professional opinion, Bones asked, what would have been the long-term consequences had this binding remained undiscovered? Severe and potentially permanent, Ainsley replied. Magical bindings applied during childhood and maintained through adolescence can cause irreversible damage to magical pathways if left in place too long. Lord Potter was fortunate that his natural magical strength repeatedly challenged the constraints during moments of extreme stress, preventing the binding from becoming permanent. Even so, he faces months of additional therapy to fully stabilize his magical core. When the court recessed for lunch, Harry remained in a private antechamber with Andromeda and his friends rather than navigating the crowded corridors of the ministry. The morning testimony had been grueling to hear, forcing him to confront the full scope of Dumbledore's interference in his life in a way that even the preliminary hearing had not. "You're holding up remarkably well," Hermione observed, handing him a cup of tea. "I would be furious." "I am furious," Harry acknowledged, but also focused. This isn't just about punishing Dumbledore anymore, it's about establishing the truth publicly so no one else can be manipulated the same way. "The international observers seem properly shocked," Neville commented. The American representative actually gasped when Healer Ainsley described the binding. "Different countries have different traditions regarding magical children," Andromeda explained. "In America, magical binding is classified as a form of child abuse equivalent to physical assault. They're particularly protective of magical development rights after historical incidents during their Salem period." "What happens after lunch?" Ron asked, working his way through a plate of sandwiches provided by the ministry's catering staff. "Is it your turn to testify?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "I'll present my direct experience, and then Dumbledore's team will cross-examine me." He glanced at Andromeda. "We're still expecting them to focus on the prophecy and the greater good justification?" "That appears to be their strategy," she agreed. "Eldritch will attempt to portray Dumbledore's actions as necessary preparations for your prophesied role, suggesting that conventional methods would have left you unprepared for the challenges you've already faced and those still to come." "It's actually a clever approach," Luna observed dreamily, arranging her sandwich into an abstract pattern rather than eating it. "It acknowledges the actions while reframing the intent. People want to believe Dumbledore is good, so they'll grasp at any explanation that preserves that belief." Her insight, as usual, cut straight to the heart of the matter. Dumbledore's defense relied on the wizarding public's deep-seated desire to maintain their faith in a hero they had venerated for generations. When the trial resumed, the courtroom seemed even more crowded than before, with additional media representatives squeezed into the already full press section. The afternoon session began with Harry's testimony, which Bones had strategically positioned as the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. As Harry took his place on the central platform, he felt the judgment essence swirling in the channel around him, not threatening, but attentive, as though the ancient magic was evaluating his every word and intention. Unlike the truth pool at the preliminary hearing, this substance seemed almost sentient in its reactions, occasionally emitting soft pulses of light that corresponded to particularly significant statements. Guided by Bones's careful questioning, Harry recounted his life at the Dursleys, the cupboard under the stairs, the neglect, the deliberate withholding of information about magic and his parents. He described his shock upon learning he was famous in the wizarding world, his confusion at being thrust into a culture he knew nothing about, and the gradual realization that Dumbledore had orchestrated his ignorance. Looking back, Bones asked, "Do you believe your lack of preparation for the wizarding world was accidental or deliberate?" "Deliberate," Harry answered firmly. "Hagrid, who retrieved me from the Dursleys, is a wonderful person, but he was not equipped to explain wizarding culture, politics, or my family's place in society. He was given specific instructions about what to tell me and what to withhold. I was introduced to the concept of being a wizard but carefully shielded from understanding what it meant to be Harry Potter, heir to an ancient and noble house." As Harry proceeded through his Hogwarts years, he detailed the numerous dangerous situations he'd faced, from the possessed Professor Quirrell to the Basilisk, from the Dementors to the Triwizard Tournament. With each incident, he highlighted how Dumbledore had provided just enough information to navigate the immediate crisis but never enough to understand the bigger picture. He created a pattern, Harry explained, where I became accustomed to seeking his approval and guidance, even when his previous advice had led to danger or confusion. Each year ended with a carefully staged conversation in which he would reveal one new piece of the puzzle, just enough to satisfy my immediate questions but never enough to truly understand my situation. The Judgment Essence reacted strongly to this analysis, glowing with a steady golden light that seemed to affirm the truth of Harry's perspective. And how do you respond to the suggestion that these experiences, however difficult, were necessary preparations for your prophesied confrontation with Voldemort? Bones asked, addressing the defense's anticipated argument directly. Harry considered his answer carefully, knowing it would likely be the most quoted portion of his testimony. Preparation requires knowledge, agency, and informed consent, he finally said. True preparation would have meant understanding my heritage, developing my full magical potential, and making conscious choices about how to face the challenges before me. Instead, I was kept ignorant, my magic was artificially constrained, and my choices were manipulated through selective information. He leaned forward slightly, his voice gaining intensity without rising in volume. That's not preparation, it's control. And it didn't make me stronger, it made me vulnerable. Every time I faced Voldemort, I did so with fewer resources and less understanding than I should have had. I survived not because of Dumbledore's manipulations, but despite them, through luck, friends, and the sacrificial protection my mother left me. The Judgment Essence flared brilliantly at these words, bathing the platform in golden light so intense that many in the audience raised hands to shield their eyes. When it subsided, a reverential hush had fallen over the courtroom, broken only by the scratching of reporters' quills. After a brief recess to allow the Judgment Essence to settle, apparently such strong reactions could influence subsequent testimony if not given time to reset, Eldritch began his cross-examination. As anticipated, he focused on reframing Dumbledore's actions as difficult but necessary choices made by a man bearing unique burdens of knowledge and responsibility. Lord Potter, Eldritch began with careful formality, you've spoken eloquently about the challenges you faced and the ways you feel Headmaster Dumbledore failed to adequately prepare you. I'd like to consider an alternative perspective. Is it not true that despite these alleged disadvantages, you have consistently risen to each challenge and emerged stronger? I've survived, Harry corrected. Sometimes barely, and often with permanent costs. My godfather is dead. Classmates have been injured. I carry scars both visible and invisible. Survival isn't the same as proper preparation. Eldritch nodded as though this answer was exactly what he'd expected. A fair distinction. Yet consider this, had you been raised knowing your fame, understanding your wealth and status, perhaps even with the adulation many wizarding families would have lavished on the boy who lived, might you not have developed a very different character? Perhaps one less capable of the humility and selflessness that has characterized your responses to these challenges? The question was clever, seemingly complimentary while actually suggesting that Dumbledore's neglectful approach had been necessary to form Harry's character positively. There's a vast difference between spoiling a child and abusing one, Harry replied evenly. My parents were specified guardians who would have provided a balanced upbringing, neither the neglect of the Dursleys nor the blind adulation you're suggesting. The choice was never between abuse and spoiling, it was between following my parents' wishes and ignoring them for Dumbledore's own purposes. The Judgment Essence rippled with approval, undermining Eldritch's attempted framing. Let's turn to the prophecy, Eldritch continued, shifting tactics. You've acknowledged that a prophecy exists concerning you and the Dark Lord. Given the grave implications of such a prophecy, might extraordinary measures in your upbringing be justified? The prophecy states that I have power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry responded, deciding to address the prophecy directly rather than allowing Eldritch to make vague allusions. But Dumbledore's actions actively suppressed my power through magical binding. He didn't prepare me to fulfill the prophecy, he hindered my ability to do so. This revelation, Harry's public acknowledgement of the prophecy's key element, caused a stir in the courtroom. Eldritch himself seemed momentarily thrown by Harry's forthrightness, having expected either evasion or ignorance. "You believe, then, that Headmaster Dumbledore misinterpreted the prophecy?" he recovered. "I believe he interpreted it exactly as he wished to," Harry replied. "The binding on my magic wasn't a misunderstanding, it was deliberate. The diversion of my family's resources wasn't an accounting error, it was systematic. The creation of 15 contradictory marriage contracts wasn't a clerical mistake, it was calculated. These actions don't reflect misinterpretation, they reflect intentional control." As the cross-examination continued, Eldritch attempted several more angles, suggesting that Harry's youth prevented him from understanding the complexities Dumbledore navigated, implying that the former headmaster had protected him from worse fates, even hinting that public airing of these grievances might benefit Voldemort's cause. With each approach, Harry maintained his composure, responding with clear logic that the judgment essence consistently affirmed with its golden glow. Finally, Eldritch played what appeared to be his strongest card. "Lord Potter, is it not true that despite everything you've described, when Voldemort returned at the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, it was Dumbledore who immediately rallied to oppose him? Who reconvened the Order of the Phoenix? Who advocated tirelessly for the Ministry to acknowledge the threat while others, including many in this chamber, denied the Dark Lord's return?" "Yes," Harry acknowledged simply. "Dumbledore opposed Voldemort. But opposing one evil doesn't justify committing another. Fighting Voldemort was right, manipulating me, binding my magic, and stealing my inheritance was wrong. Both can be true simultaneously." The judgment essence surged again, though less dramatically than before, a steady glow rather than a blinding flash. Eldritch, recognizing he would gain no further advantage, concluded his cross-examination. The remainder of the day's proceedings featured testimony from several other witnesses, including representatives from the families named in the fraudulent marriage contracts. Lord Greengrass testified about his limited discussions with Dumbledore regarding potential future alliances, emphasizing the vast discrepancy between those conversations and the binding contracts later discovered. Similar accounts from other family heads established a pattern of Dumbledore systematically misrepresenting these casual discussions to create the appearance of legitimacy for contracts he drafted unilaterally. The day concluded with testimony from several Gringotts cursebreakers who had examined the magical signatures on the contracts. Their evidence demonstrated conclusively how Dumbledore had collected fragments of Harry's magic over years, from blood samples taken after injuries, from powerful spells cast during various confrontations, even from personal items like quills and clothing that retained magical residue. The technical skill required for this collection and manipulation is exceptional, testified senior cursebreaker Weasley, whose presence as a prosecution witness clearly pained Dumbledore. It represents magic of the highest complexity, performed with deliberate intent over an extended period. This was not a momentary lapse or a misguided precaution, it was a sustained, methodical effort requiring constant attention and refinement. As the Wisengamot adjourned for the day, scheduling the defense's main presentation and final arguments for the following morning, Harry felt simultaneously exhausted and relieved. The weight of his testimony, of publicly acknowledging the manipulation he'd experienced and directly confronting Dumbledore's justifications, had been immense, but also cathartic. "You were magnificent," Andromeda told him as they gathered their materials. "The Judgment Essence's reaction to your testimony was the strongest I've seen in 30 years of legal practice. The international observers were particularly affected," added Madame Bones, joining their group briefly. "The American representative has already requested a private meeting with you before she returns to the States. Apparently, your situation has raised concerns about how their own educational system identifies and protects magical orphans." As they prepared to return to Potter Manor, Harry noticed Dumbledore watching him from across the chamber. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and Harry felt something he hadn't expected, not triumph or vindication, but a complicated sadness. Not for what was happening to Dumbledore now, but for what could have been, the genuine mentorship, the honest guidance, the relationship built on trust rather than manipulation that might have existed between them. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, a gesture that might have been acknowledgement, regret, or simply resignation. Harry returned the nod with equal ambiguity before turning away to join his friends and supporters. The return to Potter Manor that evening brought an unexpected gathering. Word had spread among Harry's allies, and by the time he arrived through the secure Floo connection, the entrance hall was filled with people who had come to offer support and solidarity. The Weasleys had arrived en masse, with Molly immediately enveloping Harry in a tearful embrace while Arthur assured him of the family's unwavering support. Fred and George, temporarily closing their new shop to attempted to lighten the mood with tales of their latest inventions, while Bill shared insights from his Gringotts colleagues about the Goblin Nation's growing respect for Lord Potter. Remus Lupin stood somewhat apart from the group, his expression a complex mixture of pride and regret. When Harry approached him, the werewolf placed both hands on his shoulders, studying his face intently. "You look so much like James right now," he said quietly, "but you speak with Lily's clarity. They would be immensely proud of how you've handled yourself through all of this." "I wish they could have seen it," Harry admitted. "And Sirius too." "Sirius saw the beginning," Remus reminded him. "His investigation into the contracts is what started this whole process. He may not be here physically, but his final act was to set you free from Dumbledore's manipulation. It's a fitting legacy for a man who valued freedom above all else." The gathering evolved into an impromptu strategy session for the trial's second day, with different groups offering perspectives on how Dumbledore's defense was likely to proceed and how best to counter it. Hermione had assembled an impressive collection of legal precedents that might be relevant, while Luna's father had sent advance copies of the next day's Quibbler featuring an analysis of how the international magical community was reacting to the revelations. "The Europeans are particularly scandalized by the marriage contracts," Luna reported, scanning her father's article. "Apparently, the French magical community abolished similar arrangements a century ago after a similar case of fraud, though on a smaller scale. The contracts themselves are the least defensible aspect of Dumbledore's actions," Andromeda noted. "Even those inclined to accept his greater good justification for other decisions struggle to explain how 15 contradictory marriage agreements could possibly serve any legitimate purpose." As the evening progressed, Harry found himself drawn into a conversation with Daphne Greengrass, who had arrived with her father and sister midway through the gathering. They stood near one of the manor's large windows, somewhat removed from the main group. "You handled Eldritch's cross-examination better than most seasoned Wisengamot members," she observed. "He's known for breaking witnesses, yet you turned his questions to your advantage each time." "I've had practice answering difficult questions under pressure," Harry replied with a wry smile. "Though usually they're coming from Snape or Umbridge rather than a professional barrister." "Speaking of Snape," Daphne said, lowering her voice, "have you heard about his expected testimony tomorrow? Father says the defense has called him as a character witness for Dumbledore." Harry nodded. Andromeda mentioned it. "It's a logical choice. Snape has benefited from Dumbledore's protection for years. His testimony supporting the difficult decisions in wartime narrative would carry weight given his own complicated history." "What's interesting," Daphne countered, "is that he's apparently been extremely difficult to reach since the trial was announced. He's not staying at Hogwarts or his usual residence, and according to Slytherin gossip, he's had minimal contact with his former associates in certain circles." Her emphasis made it clear she was referring to Death Eater connections. "You think he might not testify as expected?" Harry asked, intrigued by the implication. "I think Severus Snape is nothing if not a survivor," she replied carefully. "And survivors reassess their allegiances when the landscape shifts dramatically." The insight gave Harry something to consider as the gathering gradually dispersed and he prepared for the trial's second day. Snape's testimony, or lack thereof, could significantly impact Dumbledore's defense strategy, particularly regarding the necessary wartime measures justification. Morning arrived with continued stormy weather, though the magical charge in the atmosphere had diminished somewhat. As Harry dressed once more in his formal robes, he reflected on how differently he felt approaching this second day. The anxiety that had accompanied yesterday's testimony had been replaced by a calm determination to see the process through to its conclusion. The ministry was even more crowded than the previous day, with additional security measures in place following reports of possible demonstrations. The international attention had only increased overnight, with magical newspapers from as far as Japan and Brazil featuring the trial on their front pages. Inside Courtroom 1, Harry and his supporters took their places as the Wizengamot members filed in. Dumbledore and his legal team arrived last, the former headmaster still projecting an air of dignified acceptance, though Harry thought he detected new lines of strain around his eyes. Chief Warlock Ogden called the proceedings to order, and Eldritch began the defense's main presentation. As anticipated, he constructed a narrative of Dumbledore as a visionary leader forced to make difficult choices in the face of extraordinary threats. He called several witnesses, former Order members, international colleagues, and ministry officials who had worked closely with Dumbledore during the First War against Voldemort, to testify to the accused wisdom, dedication, and necessary secrecy in dangerous times. Albus Dumbledore has always operated with a broader perspective than most wizards can comprehend, testified Elphias Doge, a lifelong friend of the former headmaster. His actions, while sometimes appearing mysterious or even questionable in the moment, invariably prove justified when the full context becomes clear. The judgment essence remained relatively neutral during much of this testimony, neither confirming nor contradicting these character assessments, which dealt more with general impressions than specific factual claims. However, when Eldritch called Minerva McGonagall, the atmosphere in the courtroom shifted perceptibly. McGonagall took the stand with characteristic dignity, acknowledging both Dumbledore and Harry with similar nods of respect before facing the questioning. To everyone's surprise, Eldritch began not with Dumbledore's leadership qualities but with Harry's education specifically. Professor McGonagall, as deputy headmistress and Mr. Potter's head of house, you've had ample opportunity to observe his development at Hogwarts. Would you say he has received an adequate education despite the various challenges and disruptions he's faced? McGonagall's lips thinned slightly at the framing of the question. Lord Potter has received an education that has been repeatedly compromised by circumstances beyond his control, circumstances that, in many cases, could have been mitigated by proper preparation and transparency. Eldritch blinked, clearly not expecting this response from a witness ostensibly called to support Dumbledore. Could you elaborate, Professor? Certainly, McGonagall replied crisply. Lord Potter entered Hogwarts with no knowledge of his heritage, no understanding of his fame, and no preparation for the social and political complexities he would face. This disadvantage was compounded by being repeatedly placed in dangerous situations without adequate information or support. That he has succeeded academically at all is testament to his resilience and natural ability, not to the quality of protection he was provided. The judgment essence glowed approvingly around the platform as she spoke, reinforcing her assessment. Eldritch, recognizing his witness was not providing the expected support, attempted to redirect. Would you not agree, however, that Headmaster Dumbledore showed special concern for Mr. Potter throughout his education? That he monitored his progress and intervened at critical moments? Albus certainly paid particular attention to Harry Potter, McGonagall acknowledged, but whether that attention was always in Lord Potter's best interest is precisely what these proceedings are determining. As his head of house, I was frequently instructed to defer to the headmaster's judgment regarding Potter's welfare, often against my own professional assessment of what would have been appropriate. After several more unsuccessful attempts to elicit supportive testimony, Eldritch thanked McGonagall and released her from the stand, his expression betraying frustration at this unexpected setback. The next scheduled witness was Severus Snape, and a murmur ran through the courtroom as Eldritch announced his name. When no response came, the barrister looked toward the witness waiting area with evident confusion. It appears Professor Snape is not present, Ogden noted after a moment. Was he served with a formal summons, Counselor? He was, Chief Warlock, Eldritch confirmed, shuffling through his papers with growing discomfort. and confirmed his appearance as recently as yesterday evening. The absence was significant enough that Ogden called a brief recess while the Aurors attempted to locate the missing witness. When the court reconvened 30 minutes later, Kingsley Shacklebolt approached the chief warlock's podium and conferred quietly with Ogden, who then addressed the chamber. "It appears Professor Snape has left the country on short notice," he announced. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement confirms that he departed via International Port Key early this morning, destination registered as a remote potions research facility in Tibet. As this facility is beyond our immediate jurisdiction, we must proceed without his testimony." Harry exchanged glances with Andromeda, both recognizing the significance of Snape's absence. The potions master had evidently decided that openly supporting either side in this conflict posed too great a risk to his precarious position between Dumbledore and Voldemort. By removing himself entirely, he avoided compromising either his long-standing loyalty to the headmaster or his credibility with the Dark Lord's faction. With his witness list suddenly shortened, Eldritch moved to his final and most significant presentation, Dumbledore's own testimony. As the former headmaster took his place on the central platform, the judgment essence stirred noticeably, swirling more rapidly in its channel as though anticipating particularly significant revelations. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Eldritch began, "you have heard the charges against you and the testimony presented by Lord Potter and others. Would you please explain to the Wizengamot, in your own words, the context in which your decisions regarding Harry Potter were made?" Dumbledore surveyed the chamber slowly, his blue eyes having lost their customary twinkle but retaining a penetrating quality that had commanded respect for decades. When he spoke, his voice was clear and measured. "I stand before you today not to deny actions, but to explain intentions," he began. "When James and Lily Potter fell to Voldemort's wand on that terrible October night, leaving their son miraculously alive but marked, I was faced with decisions no wizard should have to make, decisions that would shape not just one child's future, but potentially the future of our entire society." The judgment essence remained calm as he established this framing, neither confirming nor challenging his opening statement. "The prophecy concerning Harry and Voldemort, which has been referenced in these proceedings, speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not. In the immediate aftermath of that night, as I held an orphaned infant with a lightning scar still fresh upon his forehead, I made a determination that has guided my actions ever since, that the power referenced was not raw magical strength, but the capacity for love, sacrifice, and moral courage that Voldemort has never understood or valued." Dumbledore paused, his gaze finding Harry directly. "I believed then, and believe now, that had Harry been raised in the wizarding world, surrounded by fame, privilege, and the adulation his status as the boy who lived would inevitably attract, this essential quality might have been compromised. I chose to place him where he would understand the value of ordinary life, of struggle, of earning rather than expecting recognition." The judgment essence stirred more actively now, creating patterns in its silvery surface that suggested neither full agreement nor outright rejection of this explanation. "Was this choice painful for Harry? Yes, and for that, I am genuinely sorry. But was it necessary to preserve the qualities that would ultimately enable him to confront a darkness that has consumed wizards of far greater age and experience? I believed so." Dumbledore proceeded to address each charge systematically, offering justifications that, while eloquent, increasingly provoked visible reactions from the judgment essence. When he claimed the financial diversions from the Potter vaults were strategic redistributions to fund protective measures, the essence darkened momentarily. When he suggested the binding of Harry's magic was a temporary precaution to prevent accidental detection by Death Eaters, the liquid churned in apparent rejection. Most significantly, when Dumbledore reached the matter of the marriage contracts, his explanation triggered the strongest reaction yet from the magical substance. "The contracts," he acknowledged, "represent my gravest error in judgment. They were created as a form of misdirection, documents designed to mislead Voldemort's followers about Harry's future allegiances should they gain access to legal records. I never intended them to be activated or enforced." The judgment essence erupted at this claim, not with the golden light that had affirmed Harry's testimony, but with a dark crimson glow that pulsed ominously throughout the chamber. The magical response was so definitive that gasps echoed from the audience, and even Eldritch stepped back from his client in evident surprise. Dumbledore himself faltered momentarily before recovering his composure. "I see the judgment essence disputes this characterization," he admitted, his voice losing some of its confidence. "Perhaps more accurate would be to say that while the contracts began as protective decoys, over time, I came to view them as potential contingencies should Harry's development proceed in certain concerning directions." This more honest acknowledgement calmed the essence somewhat, though it continued to swirl with unusual activity. Dumbledore, recognizing the futility of further obfuscation before such an uncompromising magical detector, shifted to a more direct approach. "I have spent a century fighting dark magic in its many forms," he continued, his voice taking on a new intensity. "I have witnessed how power corrupts, how prophecies can be misinterpreted with catastrophic consequences, how even the most promising wizards can be seduced by their own capabilities. When the prophecy named Harry Potter as Voldemort's equal, it presented not just hope for victory, but the terrible possibility of replacing one Dark Lord with another should that power develop without proper guidance and constraint. The judgment essence remained turbulent but did not flare again, suggesting this fear, at least, was genuinely held rather than manufactured as a convenient excuse. Were my methods flawed? Clearly, as these proceedings have demonstrated. Did I underestimate Harry's resilience, his fundamental decency, his capacity to rise above the circumstances I imposed? Unquestionably. For these errors, I offer no excuse beyond the limitations of an old man who has perhaps lived too long and seen too much darkness not to anticipate it even where it might never have emerged." As Dumbledore concluded his testimony, the courtroom remained utterly silent, the impact of his words, and the judgment essence's reactions to them, reverberating through the chamber. The former headmaster, once the most admired wizard in Britain, had effectively admitted to manipulating Harry's life based on fears that might never have been realized, justified by a prophecy he had interpreted according to his own preconceptions. Following a brief recess, both sides presented their closing arguments. Madame Bones systematically reinforced the prosecution's case, emphasizing that even the noblest intentions could not justify illegal actions, particularly those that harmed a child placed under magical guardianship. Eldritch, somewhat hampered by the judgment essence's dramatic response to portions of Dumbledore's testimony, focused on the former headmaster's lifelong service and the complex moral calculations required in wartime leadership. As the Wizengamot prepared to deliberate, Chief Warlock Ogden addressed Harry directly. "Lord Potter, as the primary victim in this case, you are entitled to make a final statement before the Wizengamot retires. Do you wish to exercise this right?" Harry hadn't anticipated this opportunity, but as he rose and approached the central platform one last time, he found the words coming naturally, drawn from his experiences over the past month and the perspective he'd gained through connecting with his heritage. "Members of the Wizengamot," he began, "we've heard much about prophecies, greater goods, and necessary sacrifices during these proceedings. What we haven't heard enough about is choice. My parents chose to stand against Voldemort. They chose to die protecting me. Sirius Black chose to escape Azkaban to protect his godson. My friends have repeatedly chosen to stand beside me in dangerous situations despite having every reason to walk away." The judgment essence responded to his words with a gentle golden glow, encouraging him to continue. "What Albus Dumbledore did was remove choice, from my parents, whose will he ignored, from the guardians they selected, who were never given the opportunity to fulfill their promises, and from me, who was kept ignorant of information that should have guided my own decisions. He substituted his judgment for everyone else's, believing only he could see clearly enough to determine the right path." Harry paused, looking directly at Dumbledore for the first time since the former headmaster's testimony. "I don't doubt that Professor Dumbledore wanted Voldemort defeated. I don't even doubt that he hoped I would survive the process. What I doubt is that he ever considered whether I had the right to understand the role prophecy had assigned me and to choose how to approach it for myself." He returned his attention to the Wizengamot members. "Whatever judgment you reach today, I ask that it affirm this principle, that no wizard, however wise or powerful or well-intentioned, has the right to make another's choices for them without consent. That manipulation is not protection. That the end, however noble, does not justify any means. The judgment essence surged with golden light as Harry concluded, its glow extending beyond the channel to envelop the entire platform briefly before subsiding. The magical endorsement of his statement seemed to resonate with the chamber itself, and as Harry returned to his seat, he noticed several Wizengamot members nodding in apparent agreement. The deliberations lasted just over 3 hours, remarkably brief for a case of such complexity, suggesting the evidence and the judgment essence's reactions had left little room for debate. When the Wizengamot members filed back into the chamber, their expressions were uniformly solemn, though Harry detected no signs of sharp division among them. Chief Warlock Ogden called the court back to order, the ceremonial gavel echoing through the now hushed chamber. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, please rise to receive the judgment of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore stood with dignified composure, his hands clasped before him, his face betraying no anxiety despite the gravity of the moment. On the charge of willful contravention of a lawful will, the Wizengamot finds you guilty, Ogden began, his voice carrying clearly without magical amplification. On the charge of breach of magical guardianship duty, the Wizengamot finds you guilty. On the charge of financial malfeasance regarding the Potter estate, the Wizengamot finds you guilty. As Ogden continued through the list of charges, a pattern emerged: guilt on all counts except one minor technical violation where the evidence had been less conclusive. When the chief warlock reached the most serious charge, he paused momentarily. On the charge of illegal binding of a minor's magic without medical necessity or parental consent, the Wizengamot finds you guilty. This charge alone carries a mandatory sentence of 5 years in Azkaban under Wizengamot Law of 1892. A murmur ran through the courtroom at the mention of Azkaban. Many had expected financial penalties and loss of positions, but not imprisonment for a wizard of Dumbledore's stature and age. Ogden raised a hand for silence before continuing. However, in light of your age, your historical service to the wizarding community, and the current security situation regarding he who must not be named, the Wizengamot has modified the sentence as follows. The chamber fell completely silent as Ogden outlined the punishment. Dumbledore would be placed under magical house arrest at a ministry-secured property for a period of not less than 5 years. His magic would be restricted by specialized monitoring charms that would prevent certain categories of spells while allowing him to defend himself if attacked. All positions of authority, at Hogwarts, the Wizengamot, and the International Confederation, were permanently revoked. The Potter estate would receive full financial restitution plus punitive damages, and Dumbledore's personal fortune would be placed in a restricted trust supervised by Gringotts. Most significantly, Dumbledore would be required to undergo a specialized ritual that would prevent him from ever again serving as a magical guardian to any minor or exercising financial control over another's estate. These penalties, Ogden concluded, reflect the Wizengamot's determination that while your actions warrant severe consequences, your continued existence as a repository of magical knowledge and as a symbolic opponent to dark forces serves the greater community interest. This is not leniency, Albus Dumbledore, but pragmatism in a time of growing darkness. The sentence seemed to satisfy most present, strict enough to demonstrate that even the most powerful wizards were subject to magical law, yet practical enough to acknowledge Dumbledore's potential ongoing value in the conflict with Voldemort. Harry himself felt neither vindication nor disappointment, but rather a sense of closure that had been lacking since the contracts were first discovered. As the formal proceedings concluded, the assembled crowd began to disperse. Harry found himself surrounded by supporters offering congratulations and expressions of solidarity, but his attention was drawn to Dumbledore, who stood somewhat apart with his legal team as ministry officials explained the details of his restricted status. Making a decision, Harry excused himself from his group and approached the former headmaster. Aurors moved to intercept him, but Madame Bones waved them back, allowing Harry to step closer to the man who had shaped so much of his life, for better and worse. Professor Dumbledore, Harry acknowledged, unsure what else to call him now that his titles had been stripped away. Harry, Dumbledore returned, his blue eyes meeting Harry's green ones directly. "Or should I say, Lord Potter?" "Either is fine," Harry said, then added with unexpected honesty, "I didn't come for an apology or to offer forgiveness. I don't think either would be genuine right now." "Wise," Dumbledore acknowledged with a small nod. "May I ask why you did approach?" Harry considered the question. "To see if it was possible for us to acknowledge the truth directly, without manipulation or pretense. You shaped my life according to your vision of what was necessary. I've now claimed the right to shape it according to my own choices. Whatever happens with Voldemort going forward, that dynamic between us needed to be resolved." "And is it?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Resolved?" "I think so," Harry said after a moment. "You'll never fully trust my judgment because you've spent too long believing only you can see the full picture. And I'll never fully trust your guidance because you've proven willing to sacrifice my well-being for your interpretation of the greater good. But we both want Voldemort defeated, and neither of us can accomplish that alone. So pragmatism, as Tiberius so aptly put it," Dumbledore observed with a hint of his old perspicacity. "Something like that," Harry agreed. "I don't expect we'll speak again until the Ministry determines you have information critical to the war effort. When that happens, I'll listen, but I'll make my own decisions." Dumbledore's expression reflected a complex mixture of regret, respect, and resignation. "You've become the man your parents would have raised, Harry, despite my interference rather than because of it. It is, perhaps, the most convincing evidence that my fears were misplaced and my methods unnecessary." With that acknowledgement, the closest to an apology Harry expected to receive, they parted, Dumbledore escorted away by Aurors to begin his restricted confinement, and Harry returning to the group that represented his future rather than his manipulated past. The aftermath of the trial unfolded over the following weeks with a series of significant developments that reshaped the wizarding world's power dynamics. The Daily Prophet published a special edition devoted entirely to analyzing the verdict and its implications, featuring interviews with legal experts, international observers, and even a carefully worded statement from Minister Fudge, who attempted to position himself as having always harbored concerns about Dumbledore's methods. The Quibbler, meanwhile, published a surprisingly insightful piece by Xenophilius Lovegood examining how societies build mythologies around powerful individuals and the collective discomfort when those myths are challenged by reality. Luna had apparently contributed to the article, as it contained references to Harry's perspective that he had shared only with her. At Potter Manor, life settled into a new rhythm as Harry continued preparations for his return to Hogwarts. The school itself was undergoing substantial changes under McGonagall's leadership, with several new faculty appointments announced and a comprehensive review of the curriculum initiated. Most notably, Kingsley Shacklebolt had begun developing a reformed defense against the dark arts program that incorporated practical elements from Harry's DA approach while providing the theoretical foundation often lacking in previous years. 2 weeks after the trial, Harry hosted a gathering of a different sort than the previous celebrations. Representatives from each family named in the fraudulent marriage contracts assembled in the manor's formal reception room for a ceremonial nullification ritual. Lord Greengrass, having coordinated with Gringotts, had proposed the ritual as a way to formally and magically sever any lingering connections the contracts might have created, however invalid their original formation. Magic responds to intention and symbolism, he explained as the families arranged themselves in a circle. Even fraudulent contracts can create magical echoes if not properly dissolved. This ritual will ensure no residual effects persist. The ceremony itself was brief but powerful, with each family head and the named child participating in a synchronized incantation while a Gringotts cursebreaker systematically destroyed the physical contracts using a specialized magical flame. As the last document disintegrated, Harry felt a subtle shift in his magical core, not dramatic, but perceptible, like a faint constraint he hadn't been fully aware of had suddenly released. "You felt it too?" Daphne asked quietly as the formal portion of the gathering transitioned to a more social atmosphere. Like something unnoticed was finally removed? "Yes," Harry confirmed, impressed by her magical sensitivity. Healer Ainsley mentioned there might be subtle effects from the contracts even though they weren't properly activated. She'll want to examine me again before term begins. The relationship between Harry and the Greengrass family had continued to develop following the trial. Cygnus had proven to be a valuable advisor on navigating wizarding politics, while Daphne had become something of a confidant, their correspondence evolving from formal exchanges about the trial to more personal discussions about their respective experiences at Hogwarts and hopes for the reformed school environment. Father believes the power balance is shifting significantly, Daphne noted as they found a quiet corner to continue their conversation. Dumbledore's faction is fragmented, with some members realigning with the Ministry while others are forming a more independent coalition around certain Order members like Shacklebolt and Moody. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord's supporters are unusually restrained, apparently reassessing their strategy now that Dumbledore has been neutralized. And the neutral families? Harry asked, knowing this was Daphne's particular area of expertise. Watching you, she replied with characteristic directness. Your handling of the trial impressed many who expected either vengeance or naivety. The fact that you advocated for a pragmatic sentence rather than maximum punishment suggested political maturity beyond your years. Harry hadn't actually advocated for any specific punishment, he'd focused on establishing the truth rather than determining consequences, but he understood how his measured final statement might have been interpreted as political calculation rather than personal philosophy. And what do you think they expect from me now? He asked, genuinely curious about her assessment. Daphne considered the question with the seriousness he'd come to appreciate in their interactions. They expect you to establish yourself as an independent power center, neither aligned with the Ministry's bureaucracy nor operating as a vigilante force like Dumbledore's order. They're waiting to see if you'll create a third path that protects magical Britain without demanding the sacrifices of autonomy that both other factions require. That's a lot to expect from someone who hasn't even taken his newts, Harry observed, though the idea aligned with thoughts he'd been developing since claiming his lordship. Perhaps, Daphne acknowledged with a small smile, but then, you've never been defined by conventional expectations, have you, Lord Potter? The gathering concluded with a formal declaration of alliance between House Potter and the families represented, not a binding magical contract, but a public commitment to mutual support and consultation during the growing conflict. It was, Harry realized, exactly the kind of voluntary association based on shared principles that should have existed all along, rather than Dumbledore's manipulative arrangements or Voldemort's forced servitude. In the days following the ceremony, Harry received an unexpected visitor at Potter Manor. Professor McGonagall arrived one afternoon, not in her capacity as acting headmistress, but carrying a heavy stone basin that Harry recognized immediately. The pensieve, he said as Henley showed her into the study where Harry had been reviewing Potter family financial records with Gripclaw. Your family's pensieve, McGonagall corrected, carefully placing the ancient artifact on a side table. I found it in a concealed compartment in the headmaster's private study. According to the magical signature, it has indeed been there since December 1981, just as Gringotts' records indicated. Harry approached the basin reverently, recognizing it now as different from the one he'd seen in Dumbledore's office. While similar in basic design, this pensieve featured runes around its edge that matched those in various Potter family artifacts, and the stone itself had a warm, amber tone rather than the cool gray of Dumbledore's basin. Are there still memories in it? He asked hesitantly. Yes, McGonagall confirmed. I didn't examine them, of course. That would be a grave violation of privacy. But the pensieve appears to contain dozens of memory strands, likely including those your parents intended you to have. The implications were momentous. Access to his parents' memories, perhaps even memories of his grandparents and earlier Potters, represented a connection to his family heritage more direct and personal than even the portraits or grimoire had provided. Thank you, Harry said with genuine emotion. This means more than I can express. It should never have been kept from you, McGonagall stated firmly. Just as so much else was withheld. I cannot undo those decisions, but I can ensure no further obstacles prevent you from claiming your full heritage. After McGonagall's departure, Harry spent hours examining the pensieve with Andromeda's guidance. The memory strands were indeed numerous, each labeled with small magical tags indicating their content and contributor. James and Lily Potter had left several memories specifically marked for Harry at different ages, his father's recollections of Quidditch techniques and marauder adventures for the younger Harry, and more serious memories about Potter family magic and responsibilities for his teenage years. Lily had contributed memories of her childhood friendship with Snape, confirming what McGonagall had hinted at, her academic achievements at Hogwarts, and poignantly, her thoughts on motherhood recorded during her pregnancy. Most precious of all was a joint memory from both parents, created just weeks before they died, in which they spoke directly to a future Harry, expressing their love and hopes for his life regardless of whether they survived to raise him. Watching his parents, vibrant, loving, and completely focused on his welfare, address him with such clear-eyed awareness of the dangers they faced left Harry simultaneously heartbroken and profoundly comforted. "We've tried to prepare for every possibility," James said in the memory, his arm around Lily as they sat in what Harry recognized as the Potter family sitting room. "If you're viewing this, it means we didn't survive Voldemort's pursuit. But Harry, please know this, we made our choices consciously, with full understanding of the risks, because we believed in a future where you could live free from fear and tyranny. We've arranged protections," Lily continued, her green eyes so like Harry's own filled with determined love. "Financial, magical, legal, all designed to ensure you grow up supported and aware of your heritage. If something has interfered with those arrangements, the Potter family magic will help guide you back to your rightful path. Trust it, Harry. Trust yourself." The memory concluded with both parents expressing their unconditional love and their confidence in the person Harry would become. When he emerged from the pensieve, tears streaming down his face, Harry found Andromeda waiting patiently nearby, her own eyes suspiciously bright. "They were remarkable people," she said softly. "Especially considering how young they were, barely 21 when that memory was recorded. Such clarity of purpose, such foresight. Everything they tried to arrange for me was undermined," Harry observed, wiping his eyes. "All their careful planning, all their precautions, Dumbledore systematically dismantled them. Yet here you are," Andromeda pointed out, "reclaiming your heritage, connecting with their memory, fulfilling their hopes for the person you would become. Perhaps delayed, but not denied." The perspective helped transform Harry's grief into something more constructive, a determination to honor his parents' intentions by fully embracing the legacy they had tried to preserve for him. Over the following days, he immersed himself in the pensieve memories, learning family spells directly from his father's demonstrations, absorbing his mother's innovative approach to charms, and gaining insights into Potter history from grandparents and great-grandparents he had never known. As the summer drew to a close and preparations for the new school term intensified, Harry received a formal invitation to meet with the Wisengamot Special Committee on Educational Reform. McGonagall had mentioned such a committee was being formed, but Harry hadn't expected to be consulted directly. The letter, signed by Augusta Longbottom who had been appointed committee chair, requested his insights as both a student affected by previous deficiencies and as a member of an ancient house with traditional interest in educational matters. "The Potters have historically been educational innovators," Andromeda explained when Harry showed her the invitation. "Your great-grandfather Fleamont served on the Hogwarts Board of Governors for decades and introduced several reforms to the curriculum, particularly regarding practical applications of magical theory." The meeting, held in a formal chamber at the ministry, proved to be more substantive than ceremonial. The committee, comprised of educational experts, ministry officials, and representatives from prominent magical families, had clearly done their homework, asking Harry detailed questions about his experiences with various Hogwarts professors, the effectiveness of different teaching methods, and his perspective on what elements were missing from the standard curriculum. The Defense Association you organized last year has been cited by several committee members as a potential model for student-led supplemental instruction, Madam Longbottom noted. Professor McGonagall indicates you achieved remarkable results with limited resources and significant opposition from the ministry's representative. The DA worked because it was practical and collaborative, Harry explained, finding it easier than expected to articulate his educational philosophy. Students taught each other, practiced consistently, and understood why the skills mattered beyond just passing an exam. That approach could work for most subjects, not just defense. The committee seemed particularly interested in Harry's suggestions for integrating wizarding culture and heritage education for Muggle-raised students, an area where his own experience of arriving at Hogwarts completely unprepared had left him with strong opinions. It's not just practical knowledge like how to use a quill or wizard currency, he emphasized. It's understanding the history, traditions, and social context that wizarding-raised children absorb naturally from birth. The current system creates an immediate disadvantage that many Muggle-born students never fully overcome, contributing to prejudice on both sides. By the meeting's end, Harry had been invited to submit a formal proposal for a cultural integration program that might be implemented as early as the coming term, with potential expansion to include pre-Hogwarts preparation for future Muggle-born students. The opportunity to help reshape the educational experience that had so often failed him was unexpectedly fulfilling, a chance to transform his own difficulties into improvements that would benefit others. As September 1st approached, Harry finalized arrangements for his return to Hogwarts. Unlike previous years, he would not be traveling on the Hogwarts Express, instead using the newly established secure flow connection between Potter Manor and the acting headmistress's office. This practical decision, primarily motivated by security concerns given Voldemort's continued threat, symbolized his changed status more profoundly than Harry had anticipated. He was returning not as the same student who had left in June, but as Lord Potter, with both the responsibilities and privileges that title entailed. The night before his departure, Harry found himself in the Manor's observatory, a glass-domed room atop the eastern wing that offered an unobstructed view of the stars. The magical ceiling, similar to but more intimate than the Great Hall's enchantment, displayed constellations with particular significance to the Potter lineage, highlighting them with subtle golden tracery. "Master Harry should be resting," came Henley's gentle admonishment as the elderly elf appeared with a tray of hot chocolate. "Tomorrow brings new challenges at Hogwarts." "I know," Harry acknowledged, accepting the steaming mug gratefully. "I just wanted one more night to appreciate this place before leaving. It's become home so quickly." "The manor has always been waiting for Master Harry," Henley said with simple conviction. "It will remain your anchor no matter where your path leads." The elf's words captured exactly what Harry had been feeling, a sense of finally having a stable foundation from which to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Potter Manor represented not just physical security but a connection to his heritage, a tangible reminder that he belonged to something larger than himself. Things will be different at Hogwarts, Harry mused, more to himself than to Henley. New teachers, new policies, new dynamics between houses. And I'm different too. Master Harry has claimed his birthright, Henley agreed. The school will adjust to the Lord, not the Lord to the school. There was wisdom in the elf's perspective. Throughout his previous years at Hogwarts, Harry had tried desperately to fit in, to be just Harry, despite the constant reminders, from his scar to his fame to the dangers that followed him, that he could never be ordinary. Now, having accepted his heritage and position, he could approach school from a position of confidence rather than uncertainty. As he gazed at the stars through the enchanted dome, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey of the past 2 months. From the shocking revelation of Dumbledore's betrayal to the trial, from discovering Potter Manor to reclaiming his family's history, from having his magic unbound to forming new alliances, each step had contributed to a transformation more profound than he had realized while living through it. Yet the greatest change wasn't in his circumstances or even his magic, but in his perspective. For the first time, Harry felt truly in control of his own story, making choices based on his values rather than others' expectations. The prophecy still loomed, Voldemort still threatened, and challenges undoubtedly awaited at Hogwarts, but he would face them on his terms, with his eyes open and his magic unbound. Tomorrow he would return to the castle not as the boy who lived, manipulated by Dumbledore's schemes, but as Harry James Potter, lord of an ancient and noble house, empowered by his heritage and determined to forge his own path through whatever darkness lay ahead. The journey would not be easy, but for the first time in his life, Harry felt genuinely prepared to undertake it, not because a prophecy demanded it or a mentor orchestrated it, but because he himself chose it. And in that choice lay a power Voldemort had indeed never known. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.